Hey there! Tonight, we're slipping into the oldest stories the Greeks ever told. The ones whispered before Olympus had its throne, before gods ruled the skies, and before thunder had a name. This is the tale of the Titans, colossal ancient beings who ruled the cosmos before Zeus ever threw his first lightning bolt. It's a story of power, prophecy, rebellion, and the long shadows cast by forgotten giants. If this kind of storytelling helps you wind down, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly helps you rest. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. There's something oddly comforting about falling asleep with ancient chaos rumbling in the background. So, take a deep breath, let the stars fade out, and let's begin with the entire story of the Titans. Before the thunder of Zeus, before the affairs of mortals and gods, before temples rose and sacrifices burned on polished altars, there was only chaos. Not the sort of chaos one finds in a teenager's bedroom or the British Parliament on a bad day. No, this was primordial chaos, the first thing to exist, according to the ancient Greeks. A vast and formless expanse, or rather the very absence of form altogether. Not a swirling, dramatic storm of energy, but an empty, silent chasm. A cosmic shrug. One could hardly point to it and say, "Ah, yes, there's the beginning of everything," and yet that's exactly what it was. The Greeks didn't concern themselves with tidy origin stories. Their myths were like their wine, strong, dark, and prone to making you question reality. So out of this chaos, this yawning void, things simply began to appear. Not with a bang, but more of an eternal unfolding. First came Gaia, Earth herself. She wasn't born into the world. She was the world. Hills, valleys, rivers, forests. All of these would emerge from her form. Gaia wasn't just a mother figure. She was the ultimate matriarch. Fertile, vast, and as we'll come to see, not one to be trifled with. She was life's first foundation, firm beneath our feet, even before there were feet to stand on. Next came Tartarus, the deep abyss. Not hell, not exactly, though later myths would retrofit it as such. Tartarus was more like the basement of reality. Far beneath Gaia's surface, darker than night, it would one day serve as the prison for divine rebels. But for now, it simply was. A brooding echo beneath the burgeoning cosmos. Then arrived Eros. Not the cherubic Valentine with his love arrows, but a far older, more abstract force. This Eros was the glue that bound things together. He was the drive toward creation, the principle of attraction that made Gaia fertile, that gave form to the formless. Without Eros, chaos would have stayed, well, chaotic. With him, the universe took its first breath. From chaos also came Nyx, the night, shrouded in darkness and mystery, older than any god to come. A figure of deep reverence and even fear. It was said that even mighty Zeus would think twice before crossing her. Alongside her emerged Erebus, the darkness of the underworld, not malevolent, simply unlit. Nyx and Erebus together birthed a host of shadowy offspring. Hypnos, sleep. Thanatos, death. Moros, doom. Nemesis, retribution, and others with names fit for Gothic novels. These primordial beings weren't quite deities as we understand them. They weren't the kind to pop down in disguise and seduce a shepherd. They were concepts, forces. Personified, yes, but barely anthropomorphic. They were nature before nature got poetic. Gaia, however, had other plans. She decided it was time for company. And so, without a partner, as one might plant a garden alone. She gave birth to Uranus, the sky. He was no bearded fellow reclining on a cloud. Uranus was the entire dome of heaven, stretching over Gaia in an eternal embrace. The ancients believed the sky was a physical object, a solid firmament. One could imagine Uranus as a kind of divine lid, snugly fitted over Earth. Together, Gaia and Uranus began to populate the universe, not with trees and birds, but with beings, their children, the first true generation of gods, the Titans. There were 12 of them in the classic canon. Oceanus, who encircled the earth with his watery arms. Hyperion, light-bringer, and father of the sun, moon, and dawn. Coeus and Creus, whose names are now mostly known to crossword solvers. The wise Themis, goddess of natural law and order. Mnemosyne, memory incarnate. Phoebe, shining intellect. And Rhea, mother-to-be of gods. Then there was Cronus, the youngest, sharpest, and arguably the most dangerous of the lot. But Gaia's fertility didn't stop with the Titans. She and Uranus also birthed the Cyclopes, enormous, one-eyed smiths with a flair for forging storms, and the Hecatonchires, beings of such absurd design that they defy cinematic adaptation. Each had 50 heads and 100 arms. Imagine trying to find gloves for them. Uranus, oddly squeamish for a cosmic being, was repulsed by his less conventional offspring. He deemed them monstrous and, in what can only be described as divine repression, stuffed them back into Gaia. Not metaphorically, physically, into her. One imagines this was less than comfortable. Gaia, for all her patience, was not a passive being. She groaned beneath the strain, quite literally, and eventually decided enough was enough. She forged a great sickle out of flint, one of the few available materials in a universe still under construction. Then, in hushed tones, she called upon her Titan sons to rise against their father. Only one answered her call, Cronus, clever Cronus, ambitious Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, and the most willing to get his hands, or rather his sickle, dirty. Under cover of night, Cronus lay in wait. As Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Cronus struck. With a swift, merciless motion, he castrated the sky. Yes, this is not metaphor. The Greeks were vivid in their storytelling. No room for subtle symbolism here. From the blood of Uranus, spilled upon Gaia, sprang the Furies, agents of vengeance. Also the giants, those hulking foes of later gods, and the Meliae, nymphs of the ash trees, a strangely gentle addition to the otherwise blood-soaked harvest. Uranus's severed appendage tumbled into the sea. From the churning foam that followed, out emerged Aphrodite, beautiful, radiant, and a goddess who, paradoxically, owed her existence to an act of dismemberment. Greek mythology, it seems, finds no contradiction between beauty and butchery. With Uranus overthrown, Cronus took the throne of the cosmos. The Titans were now in charge, and Cronus married his sister Rhea. Again, divine family trees often twist in on themselves like ivy on a ruined temple. The two presided over what later generations would call the Golden Age, a time before suffering, war, or want. A time without humans, mind you, but a pleasant enough era for the gods. But peace in myth is a fragile thing. Cronus, like his father, grew wary. Uranus had warned him, in his last pained utterance, that one day a child of Cronus would rise to overthrow him, just as he had done. The seed of paranoia was planted, and it bore bitter fruit. So, Cronus devised a preventative strategy. one that lacked both compassion and nutritional value. Each time Rhea bore him a child, he swallowed it whole. One by one, their offspring, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, were devoured. Not killed, just tucked away inside their father. Cronus became less a ruler and more a walking nursery. But we'll come to that tale in the next chapter. Before we leave the dawn of the cosmos behind, it's worth considering the underlying meaning of these stories. Myth is not mere entertainment. It's philosophy in sandals. Uranus's overthrow is more than divine patricide. It's the triumph of change over stasis. Gaia's rebellion speaks to the endurance of the earth, the refusal of the feminine to be silenced. Cronus, the god of time, becomes a cautionary tale. Even time itself cannot outrun destiny. These myths also echo across cultures. The Hittites told of Kamabi, who overthrew the sky god Anu by biting off his genitals. Yes, again with the genitals. The Babylonians sang of Marduk's battle with Tiamat, the monstrous matriarch of chaos. In each case, the old order is torn down to make way for the new. It's no coincidence that these tales emerge from early civilizations grappling with power, with the rise and fall of kings, the cycles of rule and rebellion. In myth, we see the blueprint of monarchy, revolution, and even generational trauma, drawn with the bold lines of legend. And so, the stage is set. The Titans now stride across the world, vast and brilliant, embodiments of natural force and cosmic order. Humanity has not yet arrived. Olympus is but a dream. The gods, such as they are, act more like living laws of nature than characters with personalities. But even now, the cycle has begun. Cronus has overthrown his father, and in turn he will be overthrown. Because in every age, in every myth, the same truth waits quietly in the wings. Time devours all. The reign of Cronus was, by all ancient accounts, a rather fine time. If you weren't one of his children, that is. To most, it was the Golden Age, an era when the earth yielded its bounty freely. Seasons were gentle, and mortals, if they existed at all, didn't suffer from taxes, back pain, or unsolicited oracles. There were no wars, no crime, and best of all, no gods sniping at each other from hilltops. It was a time before law was needed, because so the myth claims, no one did wrong. One imagines it was a bit like an eternal Sunday afternoon, without the tea shortage. But under the surface of this peace was an anxiety, not of the world but of its ruler. Cronus, Titan of time, king of all that existed, had a problem. He'd become his father. Now, to Cronus's credit, he had overthrown Uranus for the crimes of cruelty and repression. But as is often the case in myth and monarchy alike, the rebel becomes the tyrant as soon as the crown touches his brow. Cronus had heard a prophecy, not from some mountain-dwelling oracle or mysterious old crone with a tea kettle, but from his own wounded father, Uranus, who, in his post-castration wisdom and bitterness, muttered that one day a child of Cronus would rise up and overthrow him. This, it turns out, is the sort of thing that sticks in one's mind. And so, Cronus decided on what can only be described as a unique parenting technique: swallowing his children. Each time his wife and sister, because in myth those are often the same person, Rhea bore him a child, Cronus opened wide and gulped the baby down whole. No chewing, no remorse, just one big divine gulp, like oysters, only more sentient. First came Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home, then Demeter, the future grain goddess, then Hera, queen-to-be of Olympus, followed by Hades and Poseidon, gods of the underworld and the sea, respectively. One by one, each was swallowed and tucked away inside Cronus's belly. It's not entirely clear what accommodations existed within his divine digestive tract, but rest assured they were still alive. Rhea understandably grew weary of this arrangement. One can forgive her hesitation to complain outright. Cronus had, after all, just overthrown a tyrant father by sickle. But after the 5th divine devouring, even the most long-suffering Titaness would begin to draw the line. So, when she became pregnant for the 6th time, she sought help. Not from Cronus, obviously, and not from the local Titan HR department, but from Gaia, her own mother. The original Earth Mother, as always, had a plan. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea travelled in secret to the island of Crete, a land which, in myth, always seems to be the go-to destination for divine child hiding. There, in a cave atop Mount Ida, she gave birth to her final son, Zeus. To deceive Cronus, Rhea swaddled a stone in cloth, a convincingly baby-shaped bundle, and presented it to him as the newborn. Cronus, ever the efficient cannibal, swallowed it whole, no questions asked. Whether this says more about his parenting or his taste in minerals is unclear. Thus Zeus was hidden away, raised in secret in the Cretan cave, some say by nymphs, others by a goat named Amalthea, whose milk nourished him. The story varies depending on which poet you ask, but the essentials remain. The future king of the gods was nursed on wild honey, mountain air, and presumably a sense of destiny. To keep his cries hidden, a band of warriors known as the Curettes danced and clashed their shields, drowning out the infant's wails. It's a rare instance of interpretive dance being used as a military defense system. Meanwhile, back in the divine stomach, Cronus carried on, utterly unaware that his demise was, quite literally, brewing outside of him. Now let us take a brief detour. For while the Titans and their broods battled among themselves, it's worth noting what the Greeks believed about the broader world. The gods weren't remote beings in the sky. They were present, interwoven into the very fabric of nature and time. Trees whispered with dryads. Rivers flowed with naiads. Every breeze, every storm, every flicker of fire had divine presence. Time, as embodied by Cronus, wasn't just a ticking clock. He was time. His rule, therefore, represented not just power, but inevitability. He could not be reasoned with, or escaped. And so the idea that he would be overthrown by his own offspring reflected not merely the cyclical nature of power, but the deeper fear that even time itself must give way. Back on Crete, Zeus grew tall, strong, and, unlike his Titan kin, with a flair for the dramatic. When he reached maturity, he returned to challenge his father, but not with brute force alone. First, he employed cunning. Depending on the version of the myth you prefer, and the Greeks had several, Zeus enlisted the help of Metis, a goddess of wisdom, who gave Cronus an emetic potion. Not quite poetic justice, but close. Cronus, after drinking this divine ipecac, vomited up his children in reverse order. First came the stone, still wrapped in its baby blanket. Then Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally Hestia, each emerging full-grown and presumably rather displeased about the whole ordeal. Now reunited, the 6 children of Cronus did not go quietly into exile or therapy. No, they declared war. A great, terrible, decade-long war. The Titanomachy would now begin. But that's a tale for the next chapter. For the moment we must pause and consider what this chapter of myth tells us. The swallowing of children, ghastly though it sounds, is an ancient metaphor, one that pops up in multiple cultures. In Mesopotamian myths, older gods are consumed or imprisoned by younger ones. In Vedic tales, gods are born, hidden, and returned in cycles. It all reflects the same truth. The younger generation is both a hope and a threat. Each new child represents the end of their parents' reign. Power, after all, is temporary, and no one knows this better than the gods. In the myth of Cronus, we also find the seeds of time itself being defined. His very name, Cronus, later becomes conflated with Kronos, the personification of time. They were likely originally separate figures, but myth, like rivers, tends to merge its tributaries. Cronus becomes time. And what does time do, if not consume all things? And yet, time also creates. From the belly of Cronus emerged the future gods of Olympus, not dead, but preserved, waiting. Time devoured them, but also made their return inevitable. A rather elegant metaphor for cycles, rebirth, and revolutions, don't you think? One final note on that stone baby. According to later myths, Zeus placed the swaddled rock at Delphi, the sacred centre of the world, as a marker. It became known as the Omphalos, or navel of the world, a sort of cosmic belly button, if you will. Pilgrims would journey to see it, a literal rock wrapped in myth, representing the moment the cosmos began to shift. So ends the brief, uneasy reign of Cronus as supreme ruler. He who tried to escape fate by devouring his children, only to be undone by one he never truly met. One could almost pity him if he weren't such a profoundly unpleasant father figure. Now the stage is set. The Titans on one side, ancient, vast, and rooted in the primal forces of the world, and on the other, the Olympians, younger, bolder, and very much in the mood to cause a bit of chaos. The battle between them will shake the very bones of the earth. Mountains will crumble, seas will boil, and the sky itself will tremble. But that, as always, is a story for another time. For now, we leave our young Zeus triumphant in his first great act, standing at the edge of war, with lightning in his blood and rebellion in his heart. The old order has been challenged. The storm is coming. And Cronus, poor, unfortunate Cronus, is left to wonder how it all went so wrong. War had never come to the cosmos before. Until now, divine disputes were more in the realm of poetic drama than actual combat. Cronus overthrew Uranus in a single gruesome act, more surgery than skirmish, and the rest of the Titans merely nodded along, perhaps relieved to be free of a father who treated his children like unruly houseplants. But when Zeus freed his siblings from Cronus' divine digestive tract, something shifted. For the first time in history, such as it was, 2 generations of gods stood in opposition. And this was no family disagreement over who forgot to sacrifice properly at the winter solstice. This was war, capital W, the kind sung of by poets with blood in their throats and dust on their lyres. On one side stood the Titans, ancient, elemental, vast. They embodied the raw forces of the world, the endless ocean, the bright sun, the turning heavens. Powerful, yes, but also set in their ways. They were accustomed to being worshipped, or at the very least not interrupted. On the other side were the Olympians, younger, hungrier, and armed with a sense of destiny so potent it could curdle milk. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades led the charge, bolstered by their sisters, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, and a growing band of divine allies. These were not primordial abstractions, but gods with personalities, ambitions, and the sort of confidence only found in immortals who'd never paid rent. The war is known as the Titanomachy, a word best pronounced with a stiff drink. It means Battle of the Titans, though that hardly captures the scale. This wasn't merely a squabble over succession, it was a seismic rupture in the fabric of creation. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed, the very heavens quaked. The battleground? Thessaly, according to tradition, though given the scope of the conflict, one imagines it spilled well beyond the map. For 10 years the war raged. Neither side gained a clear advantage. The Titans fought from Mount Ophrys, a gloomy peak befitting their age and gravity. The Olympians meanwhile took Mount Olympus, smaller at the time, but destined to become the celestial penthouse suite. It was a standstill. A divine cold war turned hot. Lightning clashed against stone, earthquakes thundered beneath the sea, and the skies rang with the clash of immortal arms. But the Titans, for all their strength, had a weakness. They lacked innovation. Their power was ancient, but static. The Olympians, however, adapted. They were learning, evolving. And soon they would find the allies they needed to tip the balance. Enter Gaia, again. The primordial matriarch, always watching, always intervening at just the right moment. Perhaps she favoured her grandson Zeus. Perhaps she merely enjoyed a bit of chaos now and then. Regardless, she revealed a crucial truth. The Titans could be defeated, but only if the Olympians enlisted those who had once been betrayed by Cronus, the Hecatonchires and the Cyclopes. You remember them, the 100-handed ones and the single-eyed smiths, exiled by Uranus, imprisoned by Cronus, and now languishing in the depths of Tartarus. Not exactly ideal allies, but desperate wars call for desperate resurrections. Zeus, never one to miss an opportunity, descended into the abyss. He fought his way past the guardian monsters and cracked open the prison doors. The Cyclopes, in gratitude, forged weapons for their liberators. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, and to Hades the helm of darkness, which rendered its wearer invisible and, if legend holds, quite smug. Armed with these new tools, and with 100 arms hurling boulders and trees like javelins, the Olympians turned the tide. Now, imagine the battlefield. The air thick with divine energy. Lightning bolts arcing across the sky like angry comets. Massive rocks soaring through the heavens like bowling balls launched from catapults. Trees uprooted, mountains gouged. And in the centre, Zeus, no longer the hidden babe of Crete, but a storm god incarnate, flinging thunder as though it were a family sport. Cronus, to his credit, fought back with grim determination. He wielded the sickle that had unmade Uranus. The Titans, towering and terrible, rallied around him. Atlas, Hyperion, Iapetus, and the rest. But age was against them, in every sense. This was not their world anymore. In the decisive battle, said to have lasted for days without pause, Zeus unleashed his full fury. The sky cracked open, flames poured from the earth, and at last the Titans began to fall. Defeated, the male Titans were cast down into Tartarus, imprisoned behind adamantine gates, guarded by the newly freed Hecatonchires, who had apparently found their calling as celestial prison wardens. Cronus, their leader, was bound and vanished into mythic obscurity. Later traditions would relocate him to the Isle of the Blessed, ruling peacefully over the dead, or even reframe him as a god of harvest and peace. a sort of divine retirement plan. The female titans, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others, were spared, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because Zeus had no quarrel with them. They were, after all, the bearers of law, memory, and fate, concepts even the new gods dared not cross. One titan, however, received a special punishment: Atlas. For his part in the rebellion, Zeus condemned him to hold up the heavens, not the earth, as is often misrepresented by marble statues and gym logos, but the sky itself. Forever. A solitary figure at the edge of the world, muscles straining against the dome of heaven. No end. No relief. The original upper body workout. With the Titans vanquished, the age of the Olympians began, but power, as ever, comes with its burdens. Zeus, now king, divided the cosmos with his brothers. To himself he claimed the sky, to Poseidon the sea, and to Hades the underworld. Not hell, but a shadowy realm where the dead dwelt, attended by ghosts, dreams, and the occasional hero with a death wish. Earth, meanwhile, remained neutral territory, shared dominion. A realm of mortals, myths, and meddling. And with order restored, the gods took up residence on Mount Olympus. Not just a peak, but a palace. A place of cloud-wreathed halls, golden thrones, ambrosia feasts, and the sort of drama usually reserved for dynastic soap operas. Yet not all wounds were healed. Gaia, once again displeased, perhaps by the harsh punishment of her Titan sons, gave birth to a new challenger, Typhon. But that, as you might guess, is a tale for another chapter. Let us pause then and consider the meaning of this mythic war. The Titanomachy is not merely a tale of violence. It is a symbolic clash between old and new, between the static and the dynamic, between the timeless forces of nature and the personality-driven caprice of gods. The Titans represent order and inevitability, the sun rising, the ocean flowing, the stars spinning. The Olympians, on the other hand, represent change, passion, rebellion, very human traits for immortal beings. In Greek thought, this war is the moment when the universe stopped being abstract and became personal. The Titans were powerful, yes, but they didn't interfere in the affairs of mortals. The Olympians would meddle, punish, reward, and fall in love with alarming regularity. They were, in short, gods made in man's image, and that made them both relatable and terrifying. Historically, the Titanomachy reflects ancient cultural shifts. Some scholars have seen it as an echo of the transition from older pre-Hellenic deities to the Olympian pantheon, a kind of religious rebranding. Others note similarities to Near Eastern myths, where younger gods overthrow primordial beings in messy cosmic coups. But the enduring appeal lies in its drama, the idea that even gods must struggle, that even the mightiest can fall, and that victory often comes not from brute force, but from strategy, unity, and a timely bit of vomit. It is also a reminder of the Greek genius for storytelling. They gave us gods who are flawed, noble, petty, and profound. Gods who fight, laugh, weep, and seduce. And from the rubble of war, they built a cosmos not of abstract principles, but of characters. And so, as the dust settles over Mount Othrys, as Tartarus echoes with the groans of fallen titans, and Olympus shines with the light of a new regime, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new world. But as the gods take their thrones, they inherit more than power. They inherit prophecy, pride, and the seeds of their own undoing. Because if history has taught us anything, and Greek myth is, if nothing else, a very dramatic history, it's that no reign is eternal, not even for the gods. The war was over. The Titans had fallen. Their great thunder had been silenced, and their once vast thrones crumbled beneath the weight of time and justice. Or what passed for justice when administered by gods with suspiciously personal vendettas? Zeus and his siblings now ruled. From their glittering perch atop Mount Olympus, they looked down upon a cosmos that was, if not entirely tidy, at least properly organised. Cronus had been cast into Tartarus. The Titan throne room on Mount Othrys lay in ruin. The Cyclopes returned to their forges, and the Hecatonchires, bless their many hands, got steady employment as prison guards. A rare success story in divine rehabilitation. But if you think peace followed triumph, you've clearly never read a Greek myth. Zeus, now king of the gods, was not content merely to wear the crown and hold thunderbolts like a celestial javelin team captain. No, he faced a problem that has plagued every ruler from the Bronze Age to boardrooms: legitimacy. It's one thing to win power, it's quite another to keep it. And somewhere beneath the triumphant roar of Olympus, an ancient whisper persisted: prophecy. Gaia and Uranus, those primordial sages, had once warned Cronus that he would be overthrown by his child. That prophecy came true, in spectacular stomach-churning fashion. But as fate, irony, and perhaps genetics would have it, Cronus' successor, Zeus, found himself the target of an eerily similar prediction, that he, too, would one day be overthrown by his own child. Now, Zeus, not being an idiot, took this very seriously. He had just staged an entire cosmic war to dethrone his father. The last thing he wanted was to go the way of Uranus and Cronus, dethroned, dismembered, or digested. So he did what many insecure tyrants have done before, and since. He tried to preempt fate. This is where the myth takes an interesting turn. You see, Zeus had many consorts: immortals, mortals, nymphs, the occasional shape-shifting cloud. His romantic curriculum vitae was extensive. But one goddess stood out: Metis. Metis wasn't merely lovely, she was clever. Her name literally means wisdom, or cunning counsel. She was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, making her an Oceanid, and one of the original deities associated with practical intelligence. Metis didn't just know things, she understood them. A dangerous trait in a mate, if one happens to be haunted by prophecy. So, when Metis became pregnant with Zeus's child, his fears were confirmed by another oracle. The child she bore would one day surpass him. And to make matters worse, the child after that, Metis' second child, would be a son mighty enough to overthrow even the mighty storm god. Zeus did not take this news well. Naturally, he did what any rational, omnipotent being would do in this situation. He swallowed her. Yes, after tricking her with flattery and, we assume, some impressive dinner conversation, Zeus opened wide and consumed his pregnant lover whole. This, in the realm of mythology, is not considered the end of a relationship. If anything, it was the beginning of one of the strangest births in divine history. Now, this act of divine ingestion was not without precedent. Recall that Cronus once swallowed his own children in a misguided attempt at family planning. But where Cronus digested, Zeus assimilated. Metis didn't perish. She lived inside him, whispering, advising, plotting perhaps. And the child? Well, she didn't stop growing. Eventually, Zeus began to suffer. Headaches, to be specific. Not your ordinary stress-induced migraines, but blinding, splitting, cosmically excruciating pain, as if an idea were trying to claw its way out of his skull, which in a sense it was. Desperate for relief, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, his smithing son, though in some versions it's Prometheus or even Hermes who holds the axe. Whichever assistant you prefer, the solution was gloriously simple and violently theatrical. They split Zeus's head open with a bronze axe. From the wound sprang Athena, fully grown, clad in armour, brandishing a spear, and letting loose a triumphant battle cry that reportedly echoed across heaven and earth. It was, to put it mildly, a memorable entrance. Athena became one of the most revered deities of the Greek pantheon, goddess of wisdom, warfare, of the strategic variety, crafts, and city life. She was, in many ways, the ideal Olympian, born of power and wisdom, loyal to her father, and wholly uninterested in rebellion. She would never attempt to overthrow Zeus. In a neat bit of mythological judo, the prophecy had been fulfilled and diffused. The child had emerged, but not as a threat. Still, the fear of usurpation remained embedded in Zeus's divine psyche. He had seen it happen twice before. Perhaps that's why he ruled with such flair, a mix of charm and tyranny, benevolence and thunderous wrath. He could be a protector of oaths and the punisher of perjurers, a lover of justice and a champion of questionable seductions. Now, while Zeus fretted about fate and fatherhood, the other Olympians were busy expanding their portfolios. Poseidon ruled the sea, but not without conflict. He jostled with other gods over dominion of coastal cities, Athens most famously, where he lost a divine talent contest to his niece Athena. His gift, a saltwater spring, or a warhorse depending on the version, was outshone by Athena's olive tree. The Athenians, practical folk, chose olives, and Athena got a city. Hades, meanwhile, withdrew to his gloomy kingdom. Despite being cast as the villain in later tales, he was perhaps the most dutiful of the trio. His realm was orderly, bound by law, and surprisingly clean. He rarely ventured out, though when he did, it caused no small amount of trouble, as we'll see with a certain daughter of Demeter. Demeter herself, goddess of agriculture, tended to the fertility of the earth. Hestia kept the hearth burning, and Hera, ever regal, became queen of the gods. Though married to Zeus, her tolerance for his extracurricular activities was limited. Her jealousies, while infamous, were not without reason. She was the goddess of marriage, after all. It must have stung when her own was a soap opera. And so Olympus flourished in its dramatic, dysfunctional way. But even as the gods built palaces and shaped destinies, the world was not finished shifting. You see, Gaia, again, was not pleased. Her sons, the Titans, were still imprisoned. Tartarus groaned beneath their weight. And Gaia, who had borne Uranus, who had suckled the Titans, who had helped overthrow 2 generations of rulers, now stirred with fresh indignation. She gave birth to a new child, not a Titan, not a god, a monster. His name was Typhon. If the Titanomachy was a war of gods, what followed was something far more primal. Typhon was a being of chaos, born to unmake what Zeus had built. Towering, serpentine, with 100 dragon heads and a voice of many beasts, he was the very embodiment of fear and fury. But that is a tale for the next breath, the next thunderclap. For now, we leave Olympus in its uneasy peace, a mountain crowned with glory, yet haunted by prophecy, betrayal, and the distant rustling of wings. And in this fragile calm, one lesson persists. Power in Greek mythology is never inherited without cost. It must be seized, defended, and above all, outwitted. The gods are not static deities on high, but creatures of conflict and complexity. And though the Titans had fallen, their story was not quite done. Because even in defeat, the old powers whisper through the cracks of the world, waiting, as all fallen empires do, for a chance to rise. It begins, as so many grand tales do, with an uneasy peace and a gathering storm. Cronus, king of the Titans, ruler of time and devourer of his own offspring, had done everything in his power to preserve his reign. But fate, that most stubborn of forces, had other plans. And Zeus, the child he had so thoroughly attempted to avoid, was now a grown god, strong, clever, and not at all inclined to thank his father for the years his siblings had spent in the gastric dark. The Titanomachy, a word that really rolls off the tongue once you've practiced, was the great war between the elder gods, the Titans, and the young upstarts, the Olympians. It would span 10 years, shaking the foundations of the cosmos itself, and it would mark the end of one divine age and the beginning of another. Let's set the scene. After Zeus had tricked Cronus into vomiting up his siblings, a gruesome but oddly satisfying family reunion, the 6 children of Cronus and Rhea stood united: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Quite the divine ensemble, though at this point they were more scrappy revolutionaries than polished gods. Think less Westminster robes and more French resistance, divine addition. Cronus, of course, was less than pleased to see his children hale, hearty, and not at all inclined to forgive him. But he wasn't alone. He summoned his Titan brothers and sisters, rallying them to his cause. After all, they'd ruled the cosmos since the defeat of Uranus, and the idea of handing over their power to these impudent young gods was simply undignified. On one side stood the Titans, led by Cronus and bolstered by powerful allies: Atlas, the general; Coeus, the inquisitor; Iapetus, the bringer of mortality; and Oceanus, who wisely kept to himself and his rivers; Switzerland in the coming storm. Some Titanesses also remained neutral or distant, perhaps sensing which way the wind was blowing. On the other side were the Olympians, who, let's be honest, were underdogs. Young, relatively inexperienced, and lacking the sheer primordial force of the Titans. But Zeus had something Cronus never could quite grasp: strategy, allies, and a knack for turning chaos into advantage. He also had brothers who weren't above a bit of trickery, and sisters with the brains to match. Now, as myth would have it, the war wasn't fought with swords and shields in any conventional sense. Instead, it was an all-out metaphysical brawl. Mountains hurled like pebbles, thunderbolts cracking through the sky, earthquakes, storms, rivers torn from their beds. Imagine a cosmic version of a rock concert, where each drumbeat causes tectonic plates to shift. Zeus, ever the ambitious son, knew he needed more than just brute force. So, he did what many generals throughout history have done. He broke into prison and recruited the roughest lot he could find. Deep in Tartarus, his grandfather Uranus had imprisoned the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, monstrous children of Gaia and Uranus, cast away for being rather aesthetically unpleasing. Now, the Cyclopes, those one-eyed smiths, weren't merely brute muscle. They were artisans, master craftsmen. It was they who forged Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Rather generous, really, considering they'd spent aeons in divine solitary confinement. The Hecatoncheires, meanwhile, were creatures with 50 heads and 100 arms each. Not ideal for fine motor tasks, but excellent for flinging boulders at enemy fortresses. With them on the front line, the tide began to turn. It's worth noting that the Olympians' tactic here, recruiting the marginalised and weaponising them, is not unlike many human revolutions throughout history. The French Revolution, the Haitian Rebellion, even bits of the Bolshevik rise echo this mythic pattern. The excluded become the decisive factor. Myth reflects history, or perhaps vice versa. The war raged across the land of Thessaly, specifically the region around Mount Ophrys, the Titan's stronghold, and Mount Olympus, the base of the younger gods. You might picture Olympus as the divine penthouse suite, but at this stage it was more bunker than palace. The battlefield was not confined to the earth. The sky itself echoed with thunder. The seas boiled with Poseidon's wrath. The underworld trembled at Hades' command. And through it all, Gaia, the Earth Mother, groaned beneath the weight of divine rage. At times, Gaia herself seemed to rebel. Her children, on both sides, were tearing her apart. In later myths, she would birth Typhon in response to this agony, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Zeus proved to be a leader unlike Cronus. He delegated, a skill many monarchs never master. He led assaults, rallied his siblings, and coordinated his allies. Poseidon split the seas to strike at Titan strongholds. Hades used his helmet to infiltrate enemy lines, causing chaos and confusion. Hera and Demeter served as logisticians and strategists, keeping the Olympian effort organised and sustained. It wasn't just brawn, it was brains. And slowly, the Titans began to falter. The moment of decisive shift came when the Hecatoncheires hurled 1,000 boulders in a single barrage, smashing through the defences of Mount Ophrys. The sheer magnitude of destruction was mythologized as the breaking of the sky. Cronus, for all his cunning and power, realized the end was near. His forces fractured. Some Titans fled. Others, like Iapetus and Creus, fought to the bitter end. But loyalty has limits, especially when your enemy has a thunderbolt and 100 armed giant on his side. Cronus was captured. Atlas, who had led the Titan army, was singled out for special punishment. The Titans as a whole were banished to Tartarus, a deep pit beneath the underworld, darker and more dreadful than any human hell. There they would remain, guarded by the Hecatoncheires. Poetic, really, given that the very beings they once imprisoned now stood guard over them. Zeus had triumphed, but his victory came not merely through strength. It was adaptability, persuasion, and a keen understanding of mythic momentum that crowned him king. Now, the Titanomachy isn't just a mythic civil war. It's a pattern, a symbolic tale of generational overthrow. You'll find echoes of it in Norse mythology, with the Vanir and Aesir. In Babylonian myths, where Marduk rises against Tiamat. Even in Shakespeare's plays, we hear the same tension, old orders versus new ideas. In Hesiod's Theogony, this war is not only the climax of a cosmic soap opera, it is a meditation on the inevitability of change. The Titans represent the raw, untamed power of nature, primordial, ancient, and unconcerned with mortal affairs. The Olympians, by contrast, embody a more structured cosmos. They have temples, they have priests, they have rules, sometimes bent, often broken, but there nonetheless. Historically, some scholars suggest the Titanomachy may reflect real cultural shifts. Perhaps the arrival of new Indo-European religious systems, supplanting older, pre-Hellenic earth goddess traditions. Others read it as pure allegory. Time devours its children, but wisdom, Zeus, prevails. Whichever lens one peers through, the story endures because it is so utterly human. Fathers and sons, rebellion and rule, fear of obsolescence and the audacity of youth. With the Titans defeated and imprisoned, the cosmos stood at a crossroads. For the first time, the universe wasn't ruled by abstract personifications of nature, but by gods with personalities, flaws, families, and, if we're honest, rather more drama than might be strictly necessary. Zeus and his brothers divided the world between them. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, always the short straw, was given the underworld. The earth was shared, though Zeus, being Zeus, tended to treat shared as a suggestion. And so the Olympian age began. But peace, as we'll see, never lasts long in myth. Not when gods are involved. Still, for now, the thunder quieted. The earth stopped shaking. And somewhere in the vast gloom of Tartarus, Cronus brooded in silence, defeated by his own prophecy, and his own son. History, myth, and family dinners, it seems, all share the same lesson. Never underestimate the children. With the Titans hurled into the shadowy depths of Tartarus, their mighty limbs bound in chains, forged by the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, watching over them like the world's most enthusiastic prison guards. The Olympians might have been forgiven for expecting a well-earned rest. After all, a 10-year divine war tends to take the spark out of anyone. But this, dear listener, is mythology. And if there's one lesson to take from it, it's that peace is never more than a brief pause before the next calamity. Zeus now ruled from Mount Olympus, a lofty perch indeed, and began to lay the groundwork for the cosmos as we've come to understand it. Ordered, hierarchical, slightly theatrical. With his brothers Poseidon and Hades, he divided the realms. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, with the weary acceptance of a younger sibling denied first pick, took the underworld. The earth, that ever-suffering neutral ground, remained shared, though one suspects Zeus took the lion's share when no one was looking. But ruling a world is one thing. Maintaining order among gods, who possess not only egos the size of mountains, but also the capacity to level said mountains with a glance. That's quite another. The Olympians, you see, were a fractious bunch, full of rivalries, grudges, and deeply dramatic love lives. If the Titans had been raw forces of nature, the Olympians were very much soap opera stars with divine powers. Petty, powerful, and often spectacularly self-involved. Still, for a time, Zeus managed to keep things together. The cosmos settled into its new structure. Mortals began to populate the earth in greater numbers, though their place in the divine story was still somewhat peripheral. Pawns, really, in the feuds and flirtation of the gods. These early humans, barely more than upright shadows in Hesiod's vision, looked up to the gods with awe and fear, and occasionally served as collateral damage in divine disagreements. But there was someone who was not content with the new order, someone ancient, rooted deep in the very bones of the world, someone with a rather personal grudge against both Titans and Olympians alike. Her name was Gaia. Gaia, the earth herself, mother of the Titans, grandmother of the Olympians, and the one who had once urged Cronus to rebel against Uranus, found herself watching the same cycle play out again. And this time, she was not impressed. Cronus had become just as tyrannical as Uranus. Zeus had overthrown him in much the same way, and now Zeus, for all his charm and thunderbolts, was following the same path, becoming the very thing he had fought to replace. One could almost hear her sigh through the rustling leaves. So Gaia, ever fertile in both body and vengeance, decided the new gods needed a reminder that even the mighty must bow before the truly ancient. And so she gave birth, again, not to a brood of gods or nymphs or pleasant earth spirits, but to a monster. Not just any monster, mind you. This was Typhon. If the Titans were the mountains of the world, Typhon was the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, the hurricane. He was said to be taller than the tallest peak, with 100 serpentine heads that hissed and screamed in every known language, and a few best left untranslated. His eyes shot flames, his voice could shatter mountains, and from his waist down he was a mass of coiling vipers. In other words, he was not someone you'd invite to dinner, unless the meal involved panic and the collapse of civilization. Now, Typhon wasn't alone. Alongside him was Echidna, his mate, half woman, half snake, and together they would spawn some of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, the Chimera with her lion-goat-serpent triad, the multi-headed Hydra of Lerna, and the cunning Sphinx. This delightful family portrait of monstrosities would terrorize mortals and heroes for generations to come. One might say they were the mythological version of the in-laws no one wanted. But before any of those nightmares arrived, Typhon himself marched straight toward Olympus, leaving scorched earth and terrified gods in his wake. The Olympians, for all their power, had never seen anything like him. Some fled. Others stood their ground briefly before realizing that thunderbolts were doing very little to a creature who could shrug off mountains. According to some versions, the gods actually transformed themselves into animals and ran for Egypt, giving rise perhaps to some of the animal-headed deities in Egyptian myth. Nothing like a bit of cross-cultural borrowing under divine duress. Zeus, however, was not so easily cowed. Or so he claimed later, conveniently glossing over the bit where he too may have briefly transformed into a ram. In the climactic clash, Zeus took to the skies with thunder and storm at his back. Typhon met him with fire and wind and 100 angry voices. The battle raged across the world. Mountains were ripped from their roots, rivers boiled away, and the sky itself cracked with the fury of their struggle. It was chaos not seen since the earliest days of creation, and for a moment it looked as though the new order might fall before it had truly begun. But at first things did not go well for the king of the gods. Typhon, in a feat of mythic audacity, managed to seize Zeus and tear out his sinews, yes, the literal strings that made Zeus function, and hide them away in a cave. Without his strength, Zeus was powerless. It was only thanks to the cunning of Hermes, who retrieved the sinews in a daring heist more worthy of a Bond film than a Bronze Age hymn, that Zeus was restored. And then came the reckoning. With renewed strength and fury, Zeus unleashed the full force of the heavens upon Typhon. He struck him down with lightning upon lightning until the beast crashed into the earth. And where did he fall? Beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, a volcano that, to this day, occasionally belches smoke and flame. According to the Greeks, that's Typhon stirring restlessly in his prison, every eruption a reminder that chaos can never be fully extinguished, merely buried. With Typhon defeated, Gaia's rebellion was quashed, and the Olympian order was once again restored. But it hadn't been without a cost. The gods had learned a lesson, if only briefly, that power, no matter how supreme, must be earned and defended, that the world itself, Gaia, could not be taken for granted, and that the old forces, those born before law and language and lightning, would always be there, in the shadows, waiting. It is tempting to see Typhon as merely a monster, the big bad. But like many figures in Greek mythology, he is more than he appears. He represents chaos, yes, but also resistance. He is the voice of the earth itself, roaring back at its rulers. He is the fear that no matter how much you build, it can all come undone. That beneath civilization the wild always waits. Historically, the tale of Typhon may reflect older myths of primeval chaos monsters, like Tiamat in Babylon, or Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition. Many ancient cultures had stories in which a storm god battled a sea or serpent monster, symbolic of the battle between order and chaos, culture and nature. Zeus versus Typhon is the Greek version of that universal motif. It also likely mirrors historical anxieties. Volcanoes like Etna and Vesuvius were unpredictable, terrifying forces, and giving them a face, a name, a story was a way for ancient people to understand the incomprehensible. Myth, after all, was never just about entertainment. It was how people made sense of the world, in all its beauty and brutality. There is something beautifully human in these stories. We all fear the collapse of the world we know. We all fear that the monsters we think we've buried might rise again. And we all hope that in our darkest moments, someone perhaps wearing a winged hat and carrying a lyre might sneak in, restore what we've lost, and give us the strength to fight once more. With Typhon defeated and the Olympians reigning unchallenged, the world entered what might be called a golden age. Though, as we'll see, gold tarnishes rather quickly in the hands of immortals. For now, however, Zeus ruled unopposed. His brothers kept their realms. The earth was relatively calm. The gods, ever capricious, turned their attention to the affairs of mortals. And deep beneath the surface, in caves and craters and coiled roots, the remnants of the old world waited, silent, but never entirely gone. Because in myth, as in life, nothing stays buried forever. With Typhon imprisoned beneath Mount Etna and the Olympians perched triumphantly on their celestial thrones, one might think the cosmos had finally found its rhythm, a sort of divine jazz ensemble, if you will, with Zeus conducting from the heavens, Poseidon thundering below the waves, and Hades humming ominously in the underworld. Peace, however, is not the natural state of the gods. It is merely a pause between scandals. In this post-Typhon era, the world entered what Greek poets like to call the Golden Age, a time when mortals lived free of toil, pain, or taxes, which is probably why it's considered mythical. Food grew without planting. The weather was eternally pleasant, and the gods, for the most part, kept to their divine affairs. But, as we should have come to expect by now, the seeds of future disaster were already germinating, and this time those seeds bore the name Prometheus. Ah yes, Prometheus, the clever titan, the firebringer, the eternal meddler in divine affairs. While his brethren had been hurled into Tartarus or otherwise defeated, Prometheus had played his hand with remarkable shrewdness during the Titanomachy. he had sided with Zeus. Well, technically, he'd sided with whomever he thought would win, which turned out to be Zeus. And for a while, that earned him a seat at Olympus's proverbial table. Prometheus, whose name fittingly means forethought, was not your typical Titan. Where others were brute strength or natural force, Prometheus was intellect, fire, invention, craft, cunning. If the Olympians were showmen, Prometheus was the backstage crew, making sure the lights didn't fall from the rafters. Now, according to Hesiod and other ancient sources, Prometheus grew fond of mortals, perhaps too fond. In some tellings, he even created them, fashioning humans out of clay and Athena breathing life into them. Whether sculptor or saviour, Prometheus saw humanity as a project worth investing in. A bold choice, considering what we've become. But Zeus had a different vision. To him, humans were pawns, amusing at best, expendable at worst. He was determined to keep them dependent, obedient, and above all, ignorant of divine secrets. Chief among these was fire, that crackling, golden essence of civilization. Fire meant cooking, forging, building. In other words, progress. And progress, Zeus feared, might one day lead to disobedience. So, naturally, Prometheus stole it. Not subtly, mind you. He snuck into Olympus, lit a fennel stalk from the sacred flame, and carried it down to humankind like a rebellious torchbearer at the most subversive Olympic ceremony in history. With that single act, humanity leapt from ignorance into innovation. Fires lit the night, metal took shape under hammers, and roasted meat replaced the eternal chewing of raw roots. Civilization, in short, began to flicker to life. And Zeus? Zeus was livid. He could forgive many things, rebellion, arrogance, even the occasional indiscretion with a mortal, but not defiance. Not when it made him look foolish, so he devised a punishment both eternal and excruciating. Prometheus was chained to a rock, some say in the Caucasus, others on a desolate peak where even goats feared to tread. And each day an eagle, sacred to Zeus, would descend and peck out his liver. And each night the liver would regrow, and the torment begin anew. Now, to ancient Greeks, the liver was the seat of emotion and vitality, not the heart, as we might think today. So this wasn't just physical torment. It was the unravelling of his very essence, renewed daily. A bit excessive, perhaps. But then again, moderation was never Zeus's strong suit. Yet Prometheus wasn't the only one to suffer for his philanthropy. Humanity, freshly warmed and empowered, also found itself the target of divine retribution. Zeus, with all the theatrical flair of a deity scorned, commissioned a punishment with his usual flair for poetic irony. He created woman. Enter Pandora. Now, before we all leap to modern outrage, it's worth noting that the Greeks, particularly Hesiod, had a very mixed view of Pandora. She was beautiful, beguiling, and crafted by the hands of all the gods, hence her name, all gifted. She was given charm by Aphrodite, music by Apollo, curiosity by Hermes, and patience. Well, not so much. She arrived bearing a jar, not a box, despite what centuries of mistranslation have led us to believe. A great sealed jar, brimming with evils yet unseen by mankind. Pain, famine, jealousy, disease, taxes, a gain, and all the subtle miseries of human life. And, of course, curiosity, that irrepressible itch to know what should remain unknown. Predictably, Pandora opened it. Out flew suffering in all its forms, scattering across the earth like spilled ink over a blank scroll. By the time she slammed the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. A strange thing, really, to trap hope among the evils. Was it a comfort left behind, or the cruelest illusion of all? The Greeks weren't entirely sure, and perhaps that ambiguity was the point. Thus humanity, now armed with fire, but cursed with mortality and misery, began its long and winding march through history. Prometheus, watching from his rocky perch, must have wondered if it had all been worth it. The gods, meanwhile, resumed their celestial antics. Still, Prometheus's story didn't end in chains. In time, a new hero would rise, Heracles, and it would be he who, passing through the mountains during one of his 12 labours, spotted the bound Titan, and, moved by something resembling pity, slew the eagle and shattered his bonds. Zeus, by then more mellow, or distracted, allowed it. Perhaps he even admired the audacity of a mortal defying him, though he'd never say so aloud. Prometheus's tale is often read as a mythological blueprint for the human condition: intelligence versus authority, progress versus punishment, and the eternal price of defiance. The fire he stole represents not just literal flame, but metaphorical enlightenment, science, art, reason, imagination. He is the first rebel, the first scientist, the first martyr for the cause of humanity. And perhaps the Greeks saw in Prometheus something of themselves, a people whose philosophers questioned the heavens, whose engineers bent nature to their will, and whose playwrights dared to probe the flaws of gods. In Prometheus, they found a figure both heroic and tragic, a reminder that progress always comes at a cost, and that defiance, though noble, rarely goes unpunished. Historically, some scholars have argued that Prometheus may be older than even the Olympians themselves. Elements of his tale echo Mesopotamian and Indo-European myths: the fire thief, the culture bringer, the god who aids mortals against the will of his peers. His punishment bears striking similarity to other chained rebels like the Norse Loki, or even the biblical Satan, whose overreach is met with cosmic incarceration. But unlike those darker figures, Prometheus is rarely seen as evil. He is a complex hero, proud, clever, stubborn, and self-sacrificing. He challenges the gods not for his own gain, but to uplift others. And in that, he becomes a symbol of something profoundly human: the refusal to accept imposed limits, the belief that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded, that even the thunderbolt of Zeus can be defied, if only for a moment. It's little wonder, then, that later thinkers, from the Romantic poets to modern philosophers, embraced Prometheus as a symbol of rebellion and creativity. Percy Shelley cast him as a noble sufferer, while Karl Marx saw in him the prototype of the revolutionary. Even Mary Shelley, when penning her tale of scientific hubris, titled it Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, a nod to the enduring tension between creator, creation, and consequence. And so, in this interlude between divine wars and heroic sagas, we glimpse a quieter but no less potent drama: the birth of civilization. Not through divine favour, but through theft. Not by permission, but by rebellion. And the understanding that with every leap forward comes a lash of the whip behind. As the Olympians reclined upon their thrones, watching mortals build fires and temples and philosophies, perhaps they sensed that their time, though long, would not be eternal. For the gift of fire is the seed of questioning, and once you ask why, even a god must eventually answer. The story of the Titans is not just one of giants and storms and the clash of divine armies. It is also the story of these who come after, the thinkers, the rebels, the flame bearers. And in Prometheus, we find the bridge between the age of monsters and the age of men. A titan, yes, but perhaps the most human of them all. With Prometheus chained and humanity stumbling into a world aflame with both knowledge and suffering, the cosmos seemed, for a fleeting moment, to be at rest. The titans were mostly imprisoned, the gods firmly entrenched in power, and mankind busy roasting its first goat over a sacred flame. But rest, in myth, is merely the inhalation before the next divine catastrophe. And Olympus, as always, was teetering on the edge of drama. Let us now pivot from the divine rebellion of Titans to the creeping instability that would later plague the reign of the Olympians themselves. The Titans may have been overthrown, but their legacy, like a good curse, was not so easily dismissed. Their children, those liminal beings born of the old order but destined to live under the new, found themselves in a particularly awkward position. Neither wholly defeated nor entirely embraced, they haunted the edges of myth like shadows at a feast. Take, for example, the Hecatoncheires. These were the 100-handed, 50-headed siblings of the Titans, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, monstrous by modern standards, though to the ancient Greeks they were simply robust. Imprisoned in Tartarus by Uranus, and later freed by Zeus to help win the Titanomachy, they were handsomely rewarded by being sent straight back into the shadows, assigned to guard the gates of Tartarus. Imagine winning a war and being rewarded with eternal security duty at the universe's most miserable prison. One does wonder if they ever considered a union. Then there were the Cyclopes, thunderbolt forgers, one-eyed craftsmen of divine artillery. Also liberated during the Great War, they gifted Zeus his famous lightning, Poseidon his trident, and Hades his invisibility helm. A helmet that, funnily enough, saw very little use after the war. It seems Hades preferred brooding in full view. The Cyclopes, for their trouble, were also sent back to the forge, pounding away in volcanic caverns like Hephaestus on espresso. Their fate? To be footnotes in the story they helped win. But the true undercurrent of tension came not from the sidelines, but from the next generation, the children of Zeus and his siblings. Now, the Olympians had only just claimed their thrones. One might think they'd hold off on producing a new crop of divine drama. But no. Zeus, as prolific as he was powerful, began populating the cosmos with alarming speed. One assumes he kept a celestial diary just to track his conquests, mortal and immortal alike. From his many unions came a constellation of powerful figures. Athena, sprung fully formed from his forehead after he swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, because nothing says parenting like cranial birth. Apollo and Artemis, twin children of Leto, were born after a harrowing pursuit in which their mother was denied rest by a jealous Hera. And then there was Dionysus, born of a mortal woman, torn from her ashes and sewn into Zeus's thigh, a rather creative alternative to childcare leave. Each of these offspring bore immense power, and with that power came something the Olympians dreaded above all: unpredictability. Athena, wise and warlike, challenged male authority without ever marrying. Apollo, radiant god of music and plague, brought both beauty and terror. Dionysus, with his wine and ecstasy, blurred every line imaginable: gender, sanity, mortality. These were not minor deities. They were forces of nature with bloodlines that tied back to both Olympus and the Titans. And let us not forget Hecate, a fascinating figure often passed over in popular retellings. A Titaness by birth, yet honoured by Zeus, she was granted dominion over magic, crossroads and ghosts. She moved through the world like smoke, appearing at night with her torches, straddling the boundary between old and new. Some say she remained loyal to neither side, and perhaps that's why she endured. She played the long game, but all this divine breeding had consequences. You see, when gods mingle with mortals, their children tend to be problematic. Not in the refuse to do their chores sense, but in the accidentally start wars, kill monsters, and spark genocides sense. The age of heroes was beginning to shimmer faintly on the horizon, and with it the last flicker of Titan influence. For the world was beginning to shift again, away from the gods and towards something else entirely. Fate. The Greeks believed in a cosmology where power ebbed and flowed like tide. No one held absolute authority forever. Not Uranus, not Cronus, and not Zeus. And what lingered behind every myth, like a looming shadow at the feast, was the whisper that Zeus, too, would fall. Prophecies abounded. Just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus, and Zeus had overthrown Cronus, so too would Zeus be overthrown by his own son. A divine game of patricidal dominoes. Naturally, Zeus grew paranoid. He swallowed Metis, the goddess of cunning, to prevent her from bearing a son. He punished dissenters with lightning. He tightened his grip, which, historically speaking, is the first sign of impending collapse. Yet the collapse didn't come. At least, not all at once. Instead, we began to see the cracks in the Olympian regime, not through war, but through mythological contradictions. Mortals began to question. Philosophers rose. The gods, once terrifying and remote, became flawed, comic, even ridiculous. Dionysus, for instance, challenged Apollo in Delphi. Mortals questioned the will of the oracle. Heroes like Heracles, born of both divine and mortal blood, committed acts of both supreme valour and terrifying violence. They did not obey the gods, they negotiated with them, sometimes even tricked them. Heracles, remember, was the one who freed Prometheus, an act that subtly undermined Zeus's authority without triggering full-blown rebellion. In Heracles, we see something new, a figure who stands between the age of Titans and the rise of men. He is not a Titan, nor a god in the traditional sense, but something in between, a bridge. And he is not alone. Perseus, Bellerophon, Theseus. They all emerge in this liminal space, echoing the chaotic energy of the old world, but redirecting it toward mortal ends. And it is here that myth and history begin to blur. The Greeks, as their civilization matured, began to mythologize their own past. Cities claimed descent from gods. Families traced lineages to heroes. The Titans, once vast cosmic entities, became symbols, metaphors for disorder, for chaos, for the ancient powers that had to be tamed before the polis, the city-state, could rise. And the gods themselves were domesticated. They gained temples, rituals, and priests. They were still powerful, yes, but bound by decorum, by narrative, by the very mortals who once trembled before them. This, perhaps, is the final insult to the Titans. Not their defeat, but their absorption. Cronus was not only imprisoned, he was reimagined. In some Hellenistic sects, he became a god of peace, even of agriculture. The devourer became the father of time, Cronus, a different spelling, but similar enough to fuse over the centuries. And Gaia, once a primordial mother, was reduced to little more than symbolic soil beneath our feet. Even the war, the mighty Titanomachy, became a cautionary tale, retold by poets to remind listeners of the price of rebellion, and by politicians to justify their own divine authority. Myth, you see, is never static. It evolves, it adapts, it serves whoever speaks it loudest. And yet, the Titans endure. Not on Olympus, nor in statues, nor in temples, but deeper, in the subconscious, in the primal forces that still quake beneath our feet and churn within our oceans, in the fury of a storm that no god can command, in the impulse to rebel, to question, to light a fire even when the world demands obedience. They are not gone. Not really. You cannot banish what you are made of. For we are all, in some distant sense, children of the Titans, born of chaos, tempered by fire, reaching forever upward toward the divine, not to serve it, but to understand it, even to challenge it. And as the age of heroes draws near, as mankind begins to tell its own story, the Titans slip into myth, not defeated, but transformed, not lost, but waiting. Waiting in Tartarus, waiting in memory, waiting in us. As the dust of divine rebellion settled and Olympus gleamed in its post-war splendour, a quiet shift began to take place, not among the gods, but in the realm below. The age of Titans was over, yes. The age of the Olympians had begun in earnest. But now the torch was passing, not upwards, as it had from Gaia to Uranus, from Uranus to Cronus, from Cronus to Zeus, but downwards to the strange, fallible, fascinating creatures known as mortals. Welcome, then, to the heroic age, the age in which Titan blood still flickered in veins, Olympian caprice ruled from above, and humankind found itself cast into the starring role of the cosmic drama. It was a time of monsters and riddles, of hubris and honour, and of very large men attempting very impossible things. It's worth noting that the Greeks didn't view the heroic age as metaphor. To them, it was a golden era sandwiched neatly between myth and memory. It preceded the fog of history, but followed the chaotic primeval stew of the gods. These weren't mere bedtime stories. These were origin tales, political, familial, even moral, and the heroes within them were closer to living fossils than to fictional characters. And the first great hero, in many ways the archetype of them all, was Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer your heroes Roman and slightly more muscular. Born of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, Heracles was the walking proof that gods could not resist mortal women, nor could mortals resist getting swept up in divine entanglements. Poor Alcmene, by the way, was tricked into lying with Zeus after he disguised himself as her husband. Zeus, it must be said, would have made an outstanding actor, but a deeply troubling partner. Heracles entered the world not as a symbol of glory, but as a threat. Hera, Zeus's wife, was incandescent with jealousy, and she set about making the boy's life hell. As an infant, Heracles famously strangled 2 serpents in his cradle, sent by Hera to kill him. Most babies grapple with teething. Heracles wrestled with serpents. The tone was set. His life would be defined by suffering. Not necessarily because of his own actions, though the man was hardly a beacon of wisdom. No, Heracles suffered because of Hera, and because of the curse that haunted all demigods. The curse of being too much, too strong, too violent, too connected to gods who wanted nothing more than to control them. The 12 labours of Heracles, his punishment for murdering his wife and children in a fit of madness inflicted by Hera, are, in essence, a purification. He is sent to defeat beasts, capture monsters, and even go to the underworld itself, Each trial peels away the chaos of his Titan ancestry and the burden of divine expectation. He is, in a very Greek way, being civilized through suffering. But what's curious is how many of the creatures Heracles confronts are directly tied to the Titans. The Nemean lion, born of Orthrus, who was the offspring of Echidna and Typhon. And Typhon, you'll recall, was the last monstrous son of Gaia, born to challenge Zeus himself. The Hydra, another spawn of Echidna and Typhon. Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of Hades, wrestled by Heracles in his 12th labour, was of the same ghastly lineage. In essence, Heracles isn't just performing tasks. He's cleaning up the remnants of the Titan Age, one beast at a time. But Heracles wasn't alone in this. The heroic age is a veritable parade of mighty mortals straining under the weight of legacy. Take Perseus, who beheaded Medusa, one of the three Gorgons, herself a twisted echo of ancient chthonic power, likely once worshipped before the Olympian pantheon shoved her into monstrous irrelevance. Or Theseus, who navigated the labyrinth to kill the Minotaur, a beast born of divine punishment and mortal pride, with echoes of older Minoan bull worship baked into its horns. Then there was Jason, leader of the Argonauts, whose quest for the Golden Fleece was more political than heroic. His tale reads like a very dangerous trade mission, tangled in family drama, betrayal, and a helpful sorceress named Medea, who, spoiler alert, doesn't take rejection well. All of these figures, larger than life and doomed to fall, share a common trait. They're liminal. They belong neither fully to the gods nor to mankind. They exist in a transitional space, much like the Titans did before them. And while the Titans represented primal chaos and power unbound, these heroes represent something newer, individual will in the face of divine indifference. The gods in these stories are often petty, distracted, or even absent. Zeus, by this point, is less a thunder-wielding monarch and more of a spectral administrator. Hera is a grudge incarnate. Athena is wise, yes, but curiously inconsistent in her favour. And so the mortals begin to shine, not because they are perfect, but because they dare. Hubris, the Greeks warned, was the great sin, but it is also, paradoxically, the engine of the heroic age. To be a hero is to reach beyond your station, to say, I will slay this beast, or I will build this city, or I will sail past the edge of the world. It is to challenge limits. And in every one of these myths, that challenge is tied, consciously or not, to the defeat of the Titan spirit. And yet, the Titans aren't gone. Not really. They echo in the backdrops, in the monsters, in the forgotten gods and the strange lands the heroes visit. Tartarus is still there, beneath everything, a dark counterpoint to Olympus. Atlas still holds up the sky, punished not merely for his rebellion, but for his very endurance. Prometheus remains chained, gnawed upon by vultures, until Heracles, that walking demolition project, finally releases him. Even Cronus, who has been banished to the outer realms of myth, occasionally re-emerges in variant tales. In some Orphic traditions, he becomes a more neutral figure, associated with time. Cronus, a separate but often conflated being. And in others, he is restored in the golden age of peace that returns after Zeus's rule, a sort of celestial retirement plan. This is where myth and philosophy begin to merge. As the centuries pass and Greece moves into the classical age, thinkers like Hesiod, Plato, and later the Stoics begin reinterpreting the myths not as literal truths, but as allegories. The Titans become psychological forces. Cronus becomes time. Gaia becomes nature. Prometheus becomes the mind, clever, tragic, and rebellious. The heroic age, then, is a mirror held up to the human soul. A time in which mortal figures struggle not against monsters alone, but against destiny, family, and the gods themselves. It is the final echo of the Titanomachy, not in heaven, but on earth. And it is ending. For as the myths evolve, they lose their immediate power. The age of oracles gives way to the age of philosophers. The hero, once a demigod, becomes a king, then a politician, then merely a man with ambition. The divine loses its teeth. The world is slowly becoming recognizable. Not entirely, of course. There's still magic, still gods meddling in the affairs of men. But the wildness is fading. And that, in some ways, is the final tragedy of the Titans. They were not just beings. They were forces of rupture. Necessary, terrifying, sublime. Their war with the Olympians was not merely a struggle for power. It was the cosmos straining to contain contradiction, chaos and order, nature and reason, instinct and law. The heroes, knowingly or not, carried that contradiction forward. They tried to tame it, to conquer it, to live with it. Some succeeded. Most did not. But all of them, Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, Jason, and the rest, lived in the shadow of something much older, much wilder, and far less forgiving. And now that age is closing. The last of the great heroes will vanish into legend. The gods will become poetic symbols. The Titans, already forgotten by most, will be relegated to esoteric footnotes and ancient hymns. But before we bid them farewell, we must understand. Their story is not merely one of defeat. It is one of transformation, of how raw power becomes memory, of how myth becomes metaphor, and how, even buried in Tartarus, the Titans still shape the world above. Even now, when we speak of rebellion, of endurance, of reaching beyond what we are told is possible, we are speaking the language of Titans. And so we come to the end, or rather, to the beginning of the end. For when telling the tale of the Titans, it's never quite clear where the final page should fall. They began before time as we know it, roared through the cosmos like fire in dry grass, and ended, as all empires must, buried under the weight of their own grandeur, and Zeus's lightning bolts. But endings, especially in mythology, are rarely full stops. They're ellipses, pauses in the storm, quiet breathings before the next surge. And though the Titans were defeated, exiled, and in some cases outright erased from memory, they have never quite left us. Not entirely, they endure, in symbols, in stories, and sometimes, quite sneakily, in ourselves. The Greeks, of course, were never content to leave even their ancient myths untouched. Over time, the stories of the Titans were retold, repurposed, and reinterpreted. By the Hellenistic period, they had become more than rebellious deities. They were metaphors for vast, impersonal forces. Cronus, once a devouring patriarch, became time itself, unyielding, cyclical, indifferent. Gaia, the nurturing Earth Mother, came to represent the natural world, both bountiful and brutal. Oceanus flowed not merely as a titan, but as the unending current of reality. In this metamorphosis, the Titans shifted from the realm of religion into that of philosophy. Thinkers like Plato and later the Stoics began plumbing the myths for allegory. The Titanomachy was no longer a simple clash of gods, but a psychological or moral struggle. Reason versus chaos. Civilization versus impulse. Logos against eros. Rather sophisticated, really, for a tale that started with a god castrating his father with a sickle made by his mum. And what of Prometheus, that most defiant of titans refused to be forgotten? He became, over the centuries, a patron saint of rebels, thinkers, and fools who dared too much. To the Romantics, he was the ultimate symbol of enlightenment, punished not for evil, but for giving knowledge to mankind. Byron, Shelley, Goethe, all found in Prometheus a kindred spirit. He who stole fire from the gods and suffered for it was, in a sense, the first scientist, the first revolutionary, the first tragic hero. But the Titans are not confined to dusty scrolls and poetic musings. They've wormed their way into the modern world in ways both subtle and profound. Consider the language. When we say something is titanic, we mean vast, powerful, unstoppable. Not merely large with consequences. The name Titan has been affixed to ships, rockets, sports teams, and even Silicon Valley tech platforms, all proclaiming their ambition to reshape the world. Though one suspects Cronus might be slightly amused at a cloud computing service named after him. There's something inherently seductive about the Titans. They represent the raw, untamed potential that exists before order arrives. They are older than law, older than justice, older even than morality as we frame it. They are elemental. Earth, sky, ocean, time, flame. Their quarrels were not political. They were cosmic. And in a world increasingly structured and bureaucratic, the idea of something ancient and wild, unchained and ferocious, still pulls at the corners of the imagination. This is why they keep returning. In literature, in film, in art. The Titans are everywhere, if you know where to look. Consider the many shadow fathers of modern fiction. The domineering figures who give birth to new orders, but cannot survive them. Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, for instance, or Darth Vader in Star Wars. Titans in all but name. Creators of worlds, undone by their own children. Or take the rise of the anti-hero. Characters like Walter White or Tony Montana, who, like Prometheus, break the rules, steal fire, and burn for it. We don't always root for them, but we watch, spellbound, as they try to bend the world into their image, just as the Titans once did. Even the superhero genre, our modern mythology par excellence, owes a debt to the Titans. The X-Men? Born of genetic mutation, feared by gods and mortals alike. Superman? Raised among mortals, but burdened with divine strength. These characters straddle the same liminal space the Titans once did. Too powerful to be human. Too flawed to be gods. And in the background, still, the Titanomachy echoes. Every story of a younger generation overthrowing the old. Every tale of rebellion against cosmic authority. Every myth where the apprentice surpasses the master. It's all the same ancient rhythm, replayed with modern instruments. The Greeks understood this cyclical nature of power better than most. Their myths are laced with repetition. Uranus is overthrown by Cronus, who is overthrown by Zeus, who, if the Orphics are to be believed, may one day be overthrown in turn. The wheel turns. Each victory sows the seeds of its own destruction. Even the gods, in all their splendour, are not immune to fate. The concept of Moira, fate, stands above them all. Not even Zeus, mighty king of Olympus, can defy the destinies spun by the three Moirae, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The Titans may have lost, but they played their part in the great script. And the script, dear listener, is still being written. What's most fascinating is how these stories, born from a cluster of tribes in the mountains and coasts of Bronze Age Greece, have survived empire, conquest, religion, and modernity. They have outlived gods, kings, and continents. And they endure not because they are true in the literal sense, but because they are true in the human sense. We are all, in our own ways, Titan-blooded. We carry within us the fire of rebellion, the burden of memory, the urge to shape the world according to our will. Every time we break a rule for the sake of something better, every time we defy authority in the name of justice, every time we dream bigger than we are told we should, that too is a Titan's whisper in the ear. Of course, this is not without cost. Prometheus paid in agony, Atlas paid in weight, Cronus paid in isolation. To carry Titan fire is to risk being burned, but the Greeks never shied from tragedy. They embraced it. They believed that from suffering came understanding, from downfall came reflection. And so we reflect, not merely on the tale we've just told, the epic rise and fall of the Titans from the yawning void of chaos to the dark prison of Tartarus, but on what it means, why these stories matter, why they continue to matter. Perhaps, in the end, it's because the Titans remind us that greatness is not born from perfection, but from conflict, from the storm, not the calm, from the tension between what is and what might be. They are the raw materials of myth, and therefore of civilization itself. In them we see not only gods and monsters, but the human heart writ large, proud, flawed, courageous, vengeful, creative. And in their downfall we glimpse something very Greek, the knowledge that power must be tempered, that ambition must bow to balance, that even the mighty must yield. But oh, what a roar they made on their way down. And though Olympus gleams in the sunlight, though the temples to Zeus still stand in crumbling glory, though statues of Athena gaze sternly over modern cities, the Titans lie deeper still, beneath the marble, beneath the stories, beneath the psyche, waiting, not for revenge perhaps. That ship has sailed, but for remembrance. Because in remembering the Titans, we remember ourselves, not as we are, but as we once dared to be. Vast, terrible, brilliant, and yes, Titan. Settle in now. Let the day dissolve into dusk. The flickering shadows on your walls are just that, shadows, and that low rumble in the distance, merely the wind, not the stirring of something ancient, certainly not the writhing tail of a creature vast enough to block out the stars. But if you were an ancient Greek, oh, you'd be less certain. Because in their world, beneath the orderly surface of Olympus and polished marble columns, there was always something seething, something beneath, something monstrous. And at the very bottom of that bestiary, lounging like a volcano on its day off, was Typhon. Typhon, or Typhoeus, if you prefer his more dramatic stage name, was no minor menace. He was the apocalypse with scales. The end of everything wrapped in a storm cloud. The Greeks had an unusual habit of imagining their gods and monsters as part of a large, complicated family, one where every holiday gathering would require a sacrificial goat and several emergency escape routes. Typhon, appropriately enough, was born late into the cosmic family drama. His mother was Gaia, the earth itself, who, by the time of his birth, had already grown rather irritated with how Zeus and the Olympians had overthrown her children, the Titans. Gaia was a great mother, yes, but also a terrible mother-in-law. In her fury she mated with Tartarus, the endless chasm beneath the world. Not exactly a romantic partner, but then, love stories in Greek mythology do often begin in a pit. The result of this liaison was Typhon, a creature so vast, so unspeakably terrifying, that even the Olympians reportedly fled at the sight of him. Now, to describe Typhon properly, one must abandon the usual measurements of biology. The poet Hesiod, a reliable source if ever there was one for intergenerational trauma in divine households, tells us that Typhon was so tall that his head brushed the stars. His arms stretched east and west, and his eyes glowed with fire. From the waist down, things got particularly festive. A mass of writhing, venomous serpents in place of legs, hissing and snapping like a particularly hostile maypole. But wait, there's more. Each of his many mouths spoke in different voices. Sometimes human, sometimes bull, sometimes lion. And at times, the cacophony of it all would erupt into the sound of thunder, the roar of a volcano, or the shriek of a gale-force wind. In short, he was the entire weather forecast in one very bad mood. Now, Zeus, ever the confident patriarch, had already dealt with the Titans. He'd cast Cronus and his kind into Tartarus, and established a shiny new world order atop Mount Olympus, complete with thunderbolts, cloud palaces, and ambrosia branches. Then Typhon rose. One can imagine the Olympians, halfway through a celebratory feast, looking up to see a sky-darkening silhouette approaching, and realizing that perhaps they'd celebrated a bit prematurely. In most accounts, all the Olympians save Zeus fled in terror, transforming themselves into animals and galloping off into Egypt, where their disguises would later spark local myths. This, dear listener, is why you'll sometimes find Greek gods suspiciously resembling Egyptian ones. A kind of divine witness protection program, really. Zeus, to his credit, did not flee, at least not immediately. He met Typhon in battle. Lightning clashed against storm. The skies tore open, mountains shook. Poets, one imagines, reached for their scrolls. But here's the twist. Typhon won the first round. Yes, the king of the gods himself was overwhelmed. Typhon tore the sinews from Zeus's hands and feet, quite literally de-limbing the ruler of Olympus, and imprisoned him in a cave. There, Zeus was guarded by the she-dragon Delphine, who no doubt thought this arrangement perfectly fair. It was only with the help of Hermes and Pan, yes, Pan, the musical goat man, who apparently moonlighted as a rescue operative, that Zeus was freed. And once he had his tendons back, thank you Hermes, he regrouped. The final confrontation occurred on Mount Etna, in Sicily, where Zeus unleashed the full fury of his thunderbolts. Typhon fell at last, buried beneath the mountain, where his writhing fury still causes eruptions and earthquakes to this day. So if you ever visit Sicily and the ground trembles underfoot, don't worry, it's just Typhon rolling over in his sleep. All this fire and fury wasn't just a bit of mythological spectacle. The Greeks weren't merely spinning tales to keep children from misbehaving at bedtime, though one imagines it was extremely effective. Typhon served a deeper purpose. He represented chaos, raw, unrelenting, natural chaos. The Greeks were intimately familiar with earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, and all the unsettling little reminders that nature doesn't particularly care about dinner plans. Where modern minds might think of tectonic plates or volcanic pressure, the ancients imagined Typhon. It was a kind of poetry, and, quite frankly, more fun to envision than sedimentary subduction zones. And Typhon was not alone. He was, as mentioned, the father of monsters, with Echidna, half serpent, half something else entirely. He spawned a gallery of horrors. Let's take a brief inventory, shall we? Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the underworld. The Chimera, a fire-breathing fusion of lion, goat, and serpent. The Hydra, with its regrowing heads and poisonous breath. The Sphinx, whose riddles caused more than existential dread. The Nemean lion, whose golden hide couldn't be pierced by mortal weapons. And many others, who we'll meet again as our story unfolds. In a way, Typhon and Echidna are less a couple and more a factory, churning out monstrosities to populate the dangerous edges of the Greek imagination. But how did the ancients depict Typhon? Greek vase painters, never shy about ornamenting their wine jugs with a bit of divine trauma, occasionally gave Typhon a serpentine lower half and dragon wings. Others made him more human-shaped, though still terrifying. His form wasn't fixed, and that's important. Typhon wasn't just a character. He was an idea. He was the fear of the unknown, given just enough shape to haunt your dreams. In the Roman period, Typhon was sometimes merged with other storm deities. The Alexandrian poet Cronus, writing in the 5th century CE, gave us one of the most dramatic retellings of the Typhon battle, a cosmic symphony of chaos and fury. Not exactly a lullaby, but splendid for dramatic readings. Interestingly, the Egyptians, never ones to miss a good mythic crossover, absorbed some of these ideas into their own cosmologies. The Greeks in Egypt, particularly in Alexandria, sometimes equated Typhon with the god Set, another chaotic desert dweller with a penchant for causing trouble. Cultural diffusion, ancient style. And what became of Typhon? Though technically dead, or rather buried, Typhon never truly left the stage. The volcanoes of southern Italy, particularly Mount Etna, were thought to house his furious breath. When lava poured from the mountain's flanks, it was Typhon's wrath escaping in molten form. In literature and later mythology, Typhon became shorthand for unstoppable destruction. A cosmic final boss. A being whose defeat marked the establishment of order. The victory of Zeus, not just as a powerful god, but as the upholder of structure over chaos. One might say, if a little sleepily, that Typhon is the reason the world doesn't fall apart every Tuesday. And yet, he's still there, sleeping, breathing, rolling over occasionally, just to remind us that the earth beneath our feet is never truly still. So, dear listener, if you're lying there now in the hush of your room, and you feel the soft hum of the world beneath you, remember, the ancients heard it too. They gave it a name. They gave it serpents for legs and fire for breath. They made it mighty. They made it monstrous. And then they tucked it safely beneath a mountain where it could do no harm, unless the mountain sneezed. We've only just begun our descent into the monstrous. There are more jaws to count, more riddles to solve, and more serpents than any garden would like. But for now, close your eyes. Let the tale of Typhon roll away like a receding storm. Let your thoughts settle like ash on a quiet volcano. The fire has dimmed. The monster sleeps. And so should you. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let your breathing slow. Let the noise of the day soften, like a harp string falling silent in the dark. You're not in your room anymore. No. Tonight, you're drifting downward, deep into the quiet belly of the earth. Deeper still, into a place not quite mortal and not quite divine. a place where monsters are born. And waiting there, half in shadow, half in shimmer, is Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters. She's not famous, not like Medusa or Cerberus. No statues stand in her honour. No temples call her name. But without her, many of the nightmares in Greek mythology would never have drawn breath. She is old. Older than Olympus. Older than your pillow. Her story is scattered through scrolls and half-forgotten epics, like bones buried in mythic soil. But tonight, we gather those bones. Tonight we meet the mother. The Greeks, as you may remember, were rather fond of explaining the inexplicable with elaborate family trees. Earthquakes. That's Typhon tossing in his sleep. Madness. A gift from the Furies. A lion with skin too tough to pierce. Well, that's just one of Echidna's babies. She's described, when she's described at all, as half beautiful woman, half coiled serpent. The upper half is alluring, almost divine, and the lower half is a serpent's tail that gleams with oily scales, forever winding, forever listening. There's a certain poetic logic in it, the top to entice, the bottom to consume. Echidna was not just a mother in the physical sense. She was mythological fertility itself, the force that brought monstrous forms into being. She didn't simply give birth to one creature, or two, but to a whole ecosystem of terror. She was paired with Typhon, and what a pair they made. Between the two of them, they birthed virtually every beast that ever gave a Greek hero heartburn. You already know some of their offspring. Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guarded the gates of the underworld like a bouncer at the most exclusive club no one wants to enter. The Hydra, who added heads faster than you could chop them off. The Chimera, a fire-breathing hybrid so confused it probably needed a map just to walk. The Sphinx, the Nemean lion, Orthrus, the Caucasian eagle that pecked at Prometheus's liver day after day, all hers. Quite the maternity ward, really. But who was Echidna? And why did the Greeks imagine such a being? The answer, as always, lies in fear and fertility. In the ancient world, the wilderness was not a place for leisure hikes and panoramic selfies. It was dangerous, unknown, and crawling with things that hissed. Forests had bandits. Mountains had storms. Caves had gods or monsters, or the gods of monsters. And beneath it all, there was a powerful belief that nature, wild nature, gave birth to the things that frightened you. Echidna was the personification of that belief. She was the wild-made womb, the fertile chaos that lay just beyond the edges of the city-state. Not evil exactly, but untamed. She wasn't meant to be worshipped so much as respected, like the growl in the underbrush or the gleam in a predator's eye. Her name, Echidna, has uncertain roots. It's possibly related to the word for viper, or perhaps it comes from even older languages predating the Greeks entirely. She may be older than even the stories we use to explain her. It would suit her, being older than memory. Many primordial goddesses are like that, fading into the edges of the mythos while still holding everything together. Echidna doesn't take centre stage in many myths. She's rarely the villain. She's never the hero. She's simply there, breeding, waiting, lurking. And in that quiet, generative presence, she becomes one of the most powerful figures in the mythic world, precisely because she doesn't demand attention. She simply continues. In Hesiod's Theogony, one of the earliest and most influential Greek texts, Echidna is described as a nymph who lives in a cave, devouring all men who pass. Now that could be metaphorical, or perhaps she simply liked her snacks fresh. Either way, she was clearly not someone to meet on a stroll. According to Hesiod, she was immortal and ageless, which is rather unfair for a mother of so many. But then Greek immortality never did come with stretch marks. She lived in a hidden cave, far from the gods and men, tucked away near Arima, a place whose location even the Greeks weren't too sure about. Some said it was in Cilicia, in southern Anatolia. Others pointed to deep beneath the earth. Some, quietly, just avoided the subject. And yet, despite her shadowy role, her presence is felt in nearly every heroic tale. Think of the great monster slayers of myth: Heracles, Bellerophon, Perseus, Odysseus. Nearly all of them faced one of Echidna's offspring. Each heroic deed, each monster conquered, was an echo of her legacy. She is the challenge behind the story, the breath behind the beast. There's something maternal in that too. You see, in ancient Greek society, women were often confined to the home, invisible in the public record, but absolutely central to the survival of the family and the continuity of culture. Echidna mirrors this role, silent in the myths, but essential to their progression. The mother whose children define the trials of men. Some later authors gave her a bit more narrative flesh. In the Roman tradition, she sometimes partners not with Typhon, but with Tartarus himself. A being, or a place, depending on how poetic you're feeling. Some even claimed she gave birth to a line of mortal monsters, kings and queens who ruled in far-off barbaric lands. In this version, her blood seeped into the earth and bore empires, which, in its own way, might be the most frightening legacy of all. In art, Echidna appears only rarely. The Greeks, bless them, preferred to depict her children. Flashier, more dramatic, and easier to fit onto pottery. But when she does appear, she's unmistakable. A woman from the waist up, beautiful and often bare, with the lower body of a serpent coiling into the gloom. Her face is calm, unapologetic. She is not a monster writhing in agony. She is not begging to be understood. She is simply Echidna. And what a strange power that is, to be monstrous without remorse, to be feared but not villainous, to give birth to terrors and never ask forgiveness for it. In modern times, her name has survived in biology. The echidna, a spiny anteater from Australia, bears little resemblance to her mythological namesake, aside from being wonderfully peculiar and producing the sort of confusion that would make a Greek storyteller proud. It lays eggs. It has four-headed reproductive anatomy. It is shy, ancient, and seems entirely unaware of how absurd it looks. One suspects Echidna would be flattered, but back to her myth. Echidna's story fades gradually after the early sources. As Greek thought shifted from oral epic to philosophy, monsters like her were explained away. Natural causes. Allegory. The torchlight of logic was being turned toward the dark corners of myth, and many of those shadows scattered. But not all. In the Renaissance, and even in modern fantasy literature, the trope of the mother of monsters lives on. You'll find her echoes in Tolkien's Ungoliant, in Lovecraft's Shub-Niggurath, in video games and novels, and the minds of anyone who's ever wondered, but where did the first monster come from? It always comes back to Echidna, because even now, when the world is mapped and measured, and most of the dragons have been replaced by tax forms, we still feel that tug at the edges. That sense that something wild, something ancient, still breeds beneath the surface. The Greeks gave that feeling a name. They gave it a shape. They gave it a mother. And so, as you lie there tonight, drifting just on the edge of sleep, know that you are not alone. The cave still waits. The coiled tail still stirs. And the mother of monsters still dreams beneath the earth, birthing horrors in her sleep. She does not roar. She does not chase. She simply exists. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing of all. Now close your eyes. The world is quiet. The monsters are fed. And the mother is resting. So should you. Breathe in. Let the weight of the day fall away like sand through your fingers. You're not here, not really. Not in your room, not in your bed. No, you're walking through a darkening meadow under a silver moon, a cool mist curling around your ankles. Ahead, a black river winds across the land like a ribbon of ink. And just beyond it, a gate. Massive, unmoving, ancient. And beside it, the soft growl of something that does not sleep. You have come to the edge of the world, or at least the edge of the world as the Greeks imagined it. This is the entrance to the underworld, and the creature standing guard has 3 heads, each hungering for the soul of a trespasser. Meet Cerberus, the Hound of Hades. Now let's set aside modern expectations. Cerberus is not evil. He is not a villain. He doesn't chase heroes through city streets or bark in nightmarish alleyways. No, he is far more dignified than that. He has a job, a role, a purpose. He is the guardian, the doorman, the final obstacle. And he's very, very good at it. Cerberus, sometimes spelled Kerberos, if you're in the mood for older spellings, was the child of Echidna and Typhon, a sibling to the Chimera, the Hydra, and other such charming playmates. But Cerberus was special. He wasn't designed to terrorize mortals or rampage through the countryside. He was created to keep the dead in, and the living out. His appearance varies, depending on which ancient source you're reading or which pot you're peering into. But the basics are consistent. Cerberus has 3 heads, though some ancient authors claim as many as 50 or even 100. He has a mane of snakes, eyes like lanterns, and sometimes, depending on the poet's mood, a serpent for a tail. He's like a canine jigsaw puzzle made from nightmares, stitched together with divine purpose. But let's focus on the 3 heads. Why 3? Well, scholars and sleepy philosophers have debated this for centuries. Some say the 3 heads represent the past, present, and future, which would be terribly poetic for a dog. Others suggest they symbolize birth, youth, and old age, our body, soul, and spirit. Or perhaps the ancient Greeks simply thought 3 heads were more terrifying than 1, and left it at that. Now imagine it. A creature with triple the teeth, triple the growls, triple the stare, and yet not malicious, not unkind, simply resolute. You see, the Greeks didn't fear death the way we sometimes do, not as an ending, but as a passage. What they feared more than death was imbalance, disturbance, the wrong soul in the wrong place. Cerberus ensured order. No soul escaped the underworld. No living foot stepped too far. He was, in essence, the boundary. You may be wondering, what was it like, this underworld? It was not fire and brimstone. No pitchforks, no eternal torment. At least not for most. The underworld was quiet. Diamond Soys shadowed. A place of memory more than suffering. It had regions, of course. The blessed went to the Elysian fields, green and gold with eternal ease. The punished were sent to Tartarus, where monsters and titans writhed, and the rest simply wandered. Shades among shades. Cerberus guarded them all. but as with all good monsters, he did occasionally face opposition. After all, Greek heroes were a meddlesome bunch, always leaping gates and barging into places they had no business being. Take Orpheus, the musician. He played his lyre so beautifully that even stones were said to weep. When his wife Eurydice died, Orpheus descended into the underworld to fetch her back. He didn't fight Cerberus, he played for him. And the hound, overcome by the mournful melody, lay down his head and wept, or perhaps simply dozed. Either way, Orpheus passed. Then there was Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, who was tasked with bringing Cerberus to the surface as one of his 12 labours. Not defeating him, mind you, just removing him temporarily from his post. Heracles, strong and stubborn as ever, wrestled the beast with nothing but his arms. No weapons, no tricks. He subdued Cerberus and dragged him into daylight, where the hound, unaccustomed to such brightness, blinked and howled in dismay. But Heracles was no villain. Once his labour was complete, he returned Cerberus unharmed to his post. Even heroes, it seems, understood the importance of boundaries. And then there's Psyche, a mortal woman who, through a series of divine misadventures involving jealous goddesses and impossible tasks, found herself journeying through the underworld as well. To pass Cerberus, she brought honey cakes, sweet bribes for a beast who, despite his job, still enjoyed a treat or two. Some say she tossed them one by one, each to a separate mouth. A very polite offering, really. These stories tell us something about Cerberus. He is not defeated by force, not truly. He is overcome by gentleness, by cleverness, by compassion. A lullaby, a cake, a fair challenge. He is a creature of rules, not rage. And that, perhaps, is why he was so respected. Even Hades, god of the underworld, had a sort of fondness for him. In many depictions, Cerberus is shown sitting at his feet like a loyal companion. Not chained, not whipped, just present, watching, waiting. And here we must take a brief, sleepy detour into etymology. The name Cerberus may stem from an Indo-European word meaning spotted, which means, if we're being terribly literal, Hades may have named his monstrous three-headed hellhound Spot. That's right, Spot. A joke, perhaps, from the ancient linguists. Or maybe just a reminder that even the most terrifying beings can have ordinary names. There's also a connection between Cerberus and ancient burial customs. You see, the Greeks often placed coins with the dead. Payment for Charon, the ferryman who guided souls across the river Styx. But in some traditions, honey cakes were buried as well. Offerings not for Charon, but for Cerberus. A bribe to ease the soul's passage. A gift to the guardian. Something sweet for the sentinel. It's easy to forget, amid the snarling imagery, that Cerberus was not cruel. He didn't torment souls. He didn't hunt them. He simply ensured they stayed where they belonged. In a world where chaos was always licking at the edges of order, Cerberus was a gate that held firm. In Roman times, the image of Cerberus endured. Poets like Virgil described him in the Aeneid, where the hero Aeneas must also pass the hound to reach the realm of the dead. Again, the method is familiar. Soporific treats. Sleep, not struggle. And in later Christian adaptations, Cerberus became associated with demons or Satan's watchdog. But that's a different lens, painted in darker strokes. The Greeks saw no sin in his existence, only necessity. Artists over the centuries couldn't resist him. On urns, on mosaics, on medieval manuscripts, he appears, all snarls and scales and flicking tongues. Often with only 2 heads, sometimes with 3, occasionally with dozens. Always with a presence that says, "Here is the edge. Do not cross it lightly." And yet, of course, the best stories are about those who do. Still, once their business is done, the great heroes rarely harm him. They return him, leave him be. Cerberus is not the villain to vanquish, but the challenge to honour. There's something comforting in that, isn't there? A monstrous dog who does not chase but guards, who snarls not from malice but duty, who lets you pass if you are clever or kind or brave enough to earn the right. And as you lie there, perhaps with a dog curled at your feet or snoring down the hall, you might smile at the thought that in the ancient world, even the threshold between life and death had a guardian who wagged his tail for music and drooled for honey. Cerberus was terrifying, yes, but only to those who tried to cheat the rules. He never hunted the innocent, never strayed from his post. He stayed, eternal and watchful, at the gate, a beast of legend, a child of chaos, and still, somehow, just a very good boy. So rest now. The night is calm, the gate is closed, the guardian is at his post, his 3 heads laid gently on stone, watching the road behind you, keeping the silence intact. No need to run, no need to fear. You are not trespassing tonight. You are only drifting. Sleep well, and let Cerberus keep the watch. Let your body settle. Let the weight of your limbs fall into the mattress, like stones sinking gently into a clear pool. The night presses in softly, like a curtain drawn with care. And beneath that hush, somewhere distant, somewhere ancient, is the quiet ripple of a marsh, a breathless wetland choked with mist. Something stirs beneath the surface, something with too many eyes. Tonight we drift toward the swamps of Lerna. There, in the stagnant, steaming waters, lived a creature so persistent, so impossibly difficult to kill, that it took a demigod with a club, a sword, and a bit of divine backup just to slow it down. This is the tale of the Lernaean Hydra, a creature of heads and venom, born of chaos and left to thrive in the shadows. You've probably heard of the Hydra, even if only vaguely. In popular imagination, she's become a symbol of problems that grow worse the more you try to fix them. Cut off 1 head and 2 more rise. A rather discouraging metaphor for anyone with a to-do list. But the Hydra wasn't just a metaphor. To the ancient Greeks, she was very real, and very much in the way. Her origins, as with so many monsters in Greek mythology, trace back to Echidna and Typhon, the mother and father of monsters. They didn't so much raise their children as release them, scattering their spawn across the map like little living challenges for the heroic youth of the age. The Hydra was one of their more impressive creations. She lived in the swamp of Lerna, not far from the city of Argos, and was said to be a massive, coiling, many-headed serpent. The number of heads varies depending on the poet. Some said 7, others claimed 9. A few, feeling especially dramatic, went as high as 100. But no matter the count, they shared one troubling feature. They didn't stay dead. When 1 head was severed, 2 more would sprout in its place, like an enthusiastic weed that took pruning as a personal challenge. And if that weren't enough, her blood was said to be so venomous that even its scent could kill. Her breath was toxic, her bite fatal, and the very ground she walked, or rather slithered, upon was poisoned. She didn't even need to chase her prey. They simply wandered too close, and nature did the rest. Now, Lerna itself was already a place of mystery. In Greek thought, it was one of the gateways to the underworld, a liminal space where the veil between worlds was especially thin. The swamp, always still, always steaming, was feared for its depths and secrets. It was said that no one who entered came out unchanged, or at all. What better place, then, for a creature like the Hydra? When Heracles, known to the Romans as Hercules, was tasked with his second labour, it was not merely a matter of finding the Hydra and waving a sword. No, this was a test not just of strength, but of ingenuity. He arrived with his nephew Iolaus, who, depending on the version of the myth, was either his charioteer, his assistant, or just someone who'd made the mistake of tagging along on the wrong day. At first, Heracles did what Heracles does best. He swung his club. Heads flew, splendid cracks echoed through the marsh. But no sooner had one head fallen than two more pushed up from the bleeding stump, hissing with renewed fury. Imagine the frustration. One can almost hear Heracles sighing. It was going to be one of those days. The swamp around them boiled with Hydra fury. Heads darted, fangs flashed, and yet Heracles refused to retreat. Instead he adapted. With Iolaus at his side, he developed a new strategy, cauterization. Each time Heracles lopped off a head, Iolaus would dash in with a burning torch and sear the wound closed, preventing regrowth. Teamwork. Efficient, if a bit smoky. Eventually, only the central head remained, the immortal one. Yes, as if regenerating heads weren't enough, the Hydra had a head that simply could not die. Heracles wrestled with it, finally severed it, and buried it beneath a massive boulder. Because if you can't destroy something, at least make it inconvenient to access. To finish the task, Heracles dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood, infusing them with a poison so potent that it would later spell doom even for other heroes. Those arrows would go on to kill the centaur Nessus, which in turn would lead to Heracles' own death. But that's a story for another night. What matters now is that the Hydra had fallen. The swamp went quiet, and the labour was complete. Well, mostly. In one version of the myth, Heracles was denied credit for the labour because he received assistance from Iolaus, which honestly seems a bit harsh. But the gods were nothing if not fond of fine print. Still, the tale endured. The Hydra became a symbol of impossible problems, ones that required not brute strength alone, but patience, precision, and a helping hand. A reminder that monsters often outnumber swords. But what did the Hydra mean, really? Why did the Greeks imagine such a creature? Part of it, of course, was the landscape. Swamps were feared in the ancient world. They were mysterious, disease-ridden, and impossible to navigate. They swallowed people without a sound. The Hydra, then, was a personification of the danger lurking in these places, a visible form for an invisible threat. But there's also a philosophical dimension. The Hydra represents the nature of struggle. Not all problems die when struck. Some divide, multiply, return fiercer than before. The ancient Greeks knew that. Their world was full of uncertainty, plague, war, famine, betrayal. You could win a battle and lose a kingdom. Solve one crisis and find two more waiting behind it. The Hydra, coiled in her marsh, was that truth made flesh. And yet, she was not unbeatable. It's tempting to think of Heracles as merely a brawler, But the Hydra reminds us that even he had to think, had to innovate, had to accept help. His greatest victories were never his alone. There's a lesson in that, gently tucked beneath the fangs and fire. The Hydra's legacy extends far beyond Greek myth. Her name has become a literary device, a political metaphor, a psychological symbol. In every era, people have faced Hydra-like problems, those complex recurring challenges that seem to multiply the more we engage them. And still, we remember the torch, the cauterization, the cleverness. In ancient art, the Hydra was a favourite subject. On painted amphorae, she coils and strikes, heads twisting like braids in the wind. Sometimes she is dragon-like, sometimes more serpentine. Heracles is always there, grim and sweating, club in one hand, torch in the other. The scene is dynamic, chaotic, but always frozen just before resolution. We don't see the moment of victory, only the effort. Perhaps that's fitting. In Roman times, the Hydra was reshaped a bit, more monstrous, less symbolic, but she never lost her place in the pantheon of horrors. Later, in Christian allegory, she became a stand-in for sin, for heresy, for whatever needed smiting with dramatic flair. But the essence remained, a creature that could not be defeated by ordinary means. In some Renaissance retellings, the Hydra became almost seductive, a feminine monster, part woman, part serpent, echoing older fears of the wild and the unknown. The swamp became not just a place, but a metaphor for desire, temptation, and danger. But strip away the centuries, and we return to the still waters of Lerna, to the mist, to the hiss. Imagine it now. You're standing on the edge of the marsh. The reeds part with a rustle. A low ripple moves across the water. And then a head, long, narrow, fanged, rises into view. Another follows, then another, until the night blooms with serpents. 100 eyes blink. 100 tongues taste the air. You take a step back, not from fear, but from awe, because this isn't evil, this is ancient power. Chaos wrapped in elegance. A puzzle, not a curse. And somewhere far off, a torch flares in the darkness. A hero steps forward, not to slay but to understand. So rest now. The Hydra sleeps again in her swamp, coiled beneath lilies and mud. Her heads no longer hiss, her breath no longer poisons. She dreams of fire and rain, of battles lost and won. And you? You are far from Lerna now, safe beneath your blankets, where no heads multiply and no blades are needed. The marsh is still, the torch is out, and the monster, like you, is at peace. Sleep deeply, and let the world remain quiet. Let the hush of the evening settle around you like soft wool. The air is still now. Nothing stirs except memory, and the faint echo of hooves on ancient stone. The stars above you are distant and patient, watching as they always have. But below, in the smouldering hills of a forgotten land, a creature once breathed fire into the wind. She was impossible, furious, and proud. Her name was Chimera. Tonight, we'll wander slowly through the scorched hills of Lycia, in what is now southwestern Turkey. But once, long ago, this was a place of legend, and in the cracks between rocks, where sulphur steamed from the earth, the Chimera waited. The Chimera was a monster built by contradiction. She was part lion, part goat, part serpent, a fusion of things that had no business being in the same body. And yet, there she stood, a lioness at the front, a goat rising awkwardly from her back, and a long, viperous snake forming the tail, coiled and hissing behind her. And if that weren't enough, She breathed fire. Of course she did. Greek poets described her with a mix of horror and admiration. A creature so unnatural she must have been divine. Or perhaps something the gods regretted and forgot to recall. She was, like many monsters of that ancient world, a child of Typhon and Echidna, which meant that chaos was not just her nature, it was her birthright. Her name, Chimera, literally means she-goat in Greek, which, considering she was also a lion and a snake, seems like an odd naming decision. But the Greeks often name things after their most confounding feature. And what could be more confounding than a goat erupting from the back of a lion? She roamed the burning hills and haunted the people of Lycia. They feared her as a wildfire, as a punishment from the gods, as something too powerful and strange to reason with. And truly, she didn't have an agenda. She didn't demand sacrifices, or build empires, or leave cryptic riddles. She just existed, and scorched everything around her. Now, why would a monster like this take root in Lycia? It helps to know a bit about the land. Lycia was known in the ancient world for its strange, flaming hills, places where methane seeped up from the earth and ignited into ghostly blue flames. Even today, at the site called Yanatash, flaming rock, fires still burn from the ground, flickering mysteriously. To the Greeks, such phenomena had to have a cause. Fire from nowhere? Clearly something monstrous was to blame. So they imagined a chimera, a creature who breathed these flames and lived beneath the rocks. Myth, after all, is how the Greeks explained the impossible. The most famous story involving the chimera comes from the saga of Bellerophon, a hero not as well known today as Heracles or Odysseus, but just as bold. Bellerophon was a prince, or possibly a fugitive, depending on whom you ask. He ended up in Lycia, under complicated circumstances, and found himself sent on a mission that was, frankly, meant to kill him. The king of Lycia, hoping to rid himself of this inconvenient guest, ordered Bellerophon to slay the chimera. A clever way to dispose of someone without technically getting blood on your hands. Oh, you're still alive? Splendid. Do pop out and kill the unkillable monster next, would you? But Bellerophon, rather than succumbing to dread or excuses, went hunting. Now, it's important to note that Bellerophon had a secret weapon, or rather, a winged one. He had managed, through prayer, perseverance, and a golden bridle from the goddess Athena, to tame Pegasus, the winged horse. With Pegasus beneath him, Bellerophon could fly, placing him out of reach of the chimera's claws, fangs, and, crucially, her fire. Imagine that scene. The chimera stalking across the cracked earth, the goat bleating as flames pour from her jaws, the lion's roar echoing through the hills, and above her, wings beating like thunder, a man with a spear, circling, watching. He couldn't get too close. One plume of fire, and it would be over. But he couldn't stay above forever either. So he devised a trick. He fixed a block of lead to the tip of his spear. A strange choice, unless one is thinking several moves ahead. Swooping down, dodging a blast of flame, he drove the spear into the creature's throat. The lead, heated by her breath, melted down into her windpipe, suffocating the fire, and with it, the monster. It was not brute strength that won the day, but cleverness. Heat and metal. A smith's trick, not a warrior's. The Greeks valued that. Wit over muscle. Strategy over sheer force. In their world, heroes often triumphed, not because they were the biggest, but because they were the smartest. And so the Chimera fell. The fire quieted. The people of Lycia breathed easier. Bellerophon returned, not just as a survivor, but as a hero, though, as with many Greek heroes, his story would not end so smoothly. He grew proud, too proud, tried to fly to Olympus itself, and Pegasus, wise beast that he was, threw him before reaching the heights. But that's another tale. The Chimera, for her part, was buried in the hills. The flames, some said, were her breath still leaking through the cracks of the earth. Even today, the fires at Yanatash still burn. Some believe them to be eternal. Others know they're just gas. But there's something undeniably haunting about flames that never die. In later traditions, the Chimera evolved. She was no longer just a creature. She became an idea. Chimera came to mean anything impossible, any fusion of things that should not exist together, a dream too strange to be real, a metaphor for excess. In medieval bestiaries, she was drawn with new combinations, leopard spots, dragon wings, human faces, always changing, always shifting, and in that sense, she became a reflection of our own imaginations. Chaotic, beautiful, terrifying. She also endured in art. On pottery and coinage, she appears snarling, breathing fire, claws arched. Usually with Bellerophon above her, spear drawn, the moment before victory, or the moment before something goes terribly wrong. The Greeks loved that tension, that breath between triumph and tragedy. And what of her deeper meaning? To the Greeks, monsters were rarely just monsters. They were warnings, reminders, reflections. The Chimera, with her 3 bodies and burning breath, might represent uncontrolled imagination, dreams without boundaries, or the dangers of hybrid things. Neither one nor the other, but both. A symbol of the unknown, of the unnatural. Or perhaps she was just a creature of fire, given form so that people might understand the earth they stood on. That, after all, is the quiet genius of mythology. It gives shape to confusion, a face to fear, a story to stand where silence once was. And so tonight, as you lie still beneath your own roof, centuries away from the hills of Lycia, you might picture her, the lioness pacing through blackened stone, the goat's head bleating and burning, the serpent tail twitching in anticipation. She is not coming for you. She never was. She was born, she raged, she was defeated, and remembered. That's all any monster asks. Now the hills are quiet, the fires dim. Pegasus flies on. And Bellerophon, prideful and fallen, is long gone. But the Chimera remains. Not as threat, not as curse, but as story. Sleep now. The wings have passed overhead. The flame is just a flicker. The beast is at rest. And so are you. Close your eyes now. Let the soft tide of silence lap gently at the edges of your thoughts. There is no hurry, no weight of waking hours. Just the breath in your chest and the drifting stories of the old world. Tonight, we do not go underground or into the swamp. We do not follow lions or serpents or beasts with too many legs. No, tonight we gaze into eyes. Not yours, not mine, but hers. And if we are not careful, we may never look away again. This is the story of the Gorgons, and of one in particular. You know her name, even if you don't remember where from. It lingers in the back of the mind, like a warning from a dream. Medusa. Say it slowly, softly. The name is already an incantation. Now the Gorgons were 3 sisters, Steno, Euryale, and Medusa, and depending on which version of the myth you prefer, they were either always monstrous or became monstrous later. That's the thing about Greek mythology. Nothing is ever simple. Everyone has a past, often a complicated one. Let us start with the old versions, the ones that came before sympathy was invented. In these, the Gorgons were born monstrous, children of the sea gods Phorcys and Ceto, creatures of dread from the moment they took their first breath. They lived far off in the west, at the edges of the world, past the boundaries of maps and reason. They had wings of bronze, snakes for hair. Their skin was scaly, their teeth sharp, and their eyes could turn you to stone. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally. One glance, and your body would freeze in place, your breath would stop, and your soul would drift from flesh turned cold and grey. The Gorgons were not pursued, they did the pursuing, and no man returned from their lands intact. But then a different version arose, a softer one with tragedy. In this telling, Medusa was not born a monster. She was a maiden, perhaps a priestess of Athena, dedicated to the goddess of wisdom and war. She was beautiful, so beautiful in fact that even the gods noticed, and one did more than notice. Poseidon, god of the sea, desired her, and according to the myth, he pursued her. In some tellings, he seduced her. In others, he assaulted her, and not in a quiet meadow, but in Athena's own temple. When the goddess returned and found her sanctuary defiled, she did not punish Poseidon, she punished Medusa. Because in mythology, justice is not always just. Gods, after all, behave like people, which is often the most dangerous thing about them. And so, Medusa was cursed. Her hair became snakes. Her face, once lovely, became something unlookable. Not because it was grotesque, but because it was too powerful. She was given the gift, or curse, of the petrifying gaze. No longer a priestess, no longer human, no longer desired, she fled west with her sisters. And from that moment on, she was both feared and hunted. Now consider this. A woman punished for being beautiful, then hunted for being dangerous. There's something ancient in that rhythm, and sadly, something eternal. But back to the myth. You may remember the name Perseus, a hero with a magic bag and a knack for inconvenient quests, sent by a king who wanted him dead without saying so. "Bring me the head of Medusa," said the king, as if asking for a bouquet. And Perseus went, but not alone. He had help, divine help. The gods, for reasons of their own, gave him tools. Athena provided a polished shield, one that could be used as a mirror. Hermes gave him a curved blade. He also received a magical satchel to carry the head, and the winged sandals of the nymphs, with which he could fly. You may notice a pattern in Greek heroics. The monster is rarely defeated by brawn alone. There are tools, relics, rules. The Greeks understood that monsters were not simply strong, they were symbols. They had to be approached with reverence and cunning. Perseus flew to the edge of the world, to the land where the Gorgons slept. They slept during the day, you see. Their stone-turning eyes only worked when open. Even curses need rest. And as the Gorgons lay coiled among the rocks, Perseus crept forward, not looking directly, but through the reflection in his shield. It's a clever image, isn't it? He cannot face her directly. He must look through an image, indirect, safe, distant. One wonders how many truths in life must be seen the same way. With the curved blade, he struck, clean, fast. Medusa's head fell, eyes still open, still dangerous, and from her blood sprang two beings, Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden sword. Life emerging from death. A symbol of beauty and violence, fused. Perseus placed the head in his satchel. It would remain a weapon. Even severed, Medusa's gaze could petrify. He used it to defeat foes, turn kings to stone, and eventually returned it to Athena, who mounted it on her shield. Now pause there. Athena, who cursed Medusa, who armed the man who killed her, who then placed her head on a shield and carried it into battle. Why? Why would a goddess wear the face of her victim? Some say it was guilt, a way to honour Medusa. Others claim it was pure practicality. The head was, after all, extremely effective. But maybe it's something else. Maybe Medusa had become more than a curse. She had become a symbol. In time, Medusa's image spread across the ancient world. Not as a monster, but as a guardian. Her face, the Gorgoneon, was painted on shields, carved into doorways, etched on coins and breastplates. Not to frighten the innocent, but to ward off evil. Apotropaic, the scholars call it. A fancy word meaning something that turns danger away. A reversal then, from hunted to protector, from cursed to divine. Her face twisted in rage, eyes wide, tongue protruding, became a kind of ancient alarm system. A declaration that the space behind the image was sacred, untouchable. How's that for poetic justice? And so, across the centuries, Medusa was reclaimed. Artists painted her not with scales and fangs, but with sorrow. Her hair was not snakes, but symbols. Her story was not one of terror, but of transformation. In the Renaissance, poets reimagined her. Painters softened her features. In the modern world, she became a feminist icon. The woman punished for her beauty, transformed against her will, then demonized for surviving. Is she still terrifying? Yes. But perhaps not for the same reasons. And what of her sisters? Stheno and Euryale, the immortal Gorgons, often go unmentioned. They weren't slain, they weren't cursed anew. They remained wild, winged, grieving. Their names mean strong and far-roaming. They were perhaps even more terrifying than Medusa, yet less famous. That too is a kind of curse, to outlive your sister and be forgotten. But somewhere, in the mythology between lines, they still fly. Not quite villains, not quite mourners, just shadows across the edge of the world. And here we arrive at the heart of it. The Gorgons, and Medusa in particular, are not monsters in the way we understand them. They are protectors, victims, warriors, goddesses. Their image, born of fear, becomes a kind of shield, not to harm, but to defend. Think of it. A face so powerful, it turns violence to stone. Not through fists, not through flame, but through the act of looking. What is more dangerous than a woman who cannot be looked upon, and who, in turn, sees everything? Tonight, let us not fear her. Let us imagine her not as a beast with snake hair and a bloodied stare, but as a figure walking the border of myth and memory. Not chasing you, not hunting, simply watching, guarding. Perhaps she stands outside your window now, not to petrify, but to keep watch, to hold back whatever else the night might bring. Sleep beneath her gaze. You are safe? The monsters she once faced are long gone, and she, Medusa, has become something else. No longer victim, no longer villain, but a quiet goddess of the threshold. And you, dear listener, are on the peaceful side of that line. Sleep now. Let the stone turn back to flesh. Let the hair become wind. And let her eyes, gentle now, close at last. Take a breath. Not too deep. Just enough to feel your ribcage gently rise like the tide beneath a quiet moon. Let your limbs go still. Your thoughts go soft. Tonight, we set sail. Not toward peace, not yet. Tonight, we pass between monsters. There is a place in the world where the sea narrows like a throat, and ships must slide carefully between high cliffs and deep waters. A place where every sailor knows that, to steer clear of danger on one side, he must come perilously close to disaster on the other. This place, very real, very present, is the Strait of Messina, between Italy and Sicily. The ancients knew it well, but they saw more than water, more than current. They saw jaws, they heard voices, they named the dangers that lurked there, gave them form and history and appetite. On one side stood Scylla, and on the other, Charybdis. If you were to ask an ancient Greek sailor which was worse, he might pause, shrug, and say, "Depends on how you'd like to go." Scylla lived in the cliffs. She didn't move much, just enough to ruin your day. She perched in her cave, high above the waves, and waited for ships to come close. And when they did, she reached down, fast, efficient, hungry. Homer tells us she had 12 legs, long and lean, stretching from her waist like some monstrous spider, and 6 long necks, each ending in a terrible head with 3 rows of sharp teeth. Her voice was like the yelp of puppies, pitiful and high, but her bite was something else entirely. She didn't tear ships apart. She didn't breathe fire or crash waves. Number. She plucked sailors from their decks like olives from a bowl, 1 for each head. 6 men gone before anyone could scream. Odysseus saw it happen. He'd been warned by Circe, the sorceress. "Steer close to Scylla," she told him. "You'll lose a few men. It's horrible, yes, but better than Charybdis. Charybdis will take the whole ship." And so he did. He clutched the tiller, teeth tight, and watched as Scylla struck. 6 men, lifted, flailing, screaming. Then silence. It was not a battle. It was a toll. And she took it, as she always did. But who was Scylla before this? There are stories, softer, sadder, that say she was once a girl. Not divine, not monstrous. Just a girl who walked the shores and loved the sea. And one day she caught the eye of Glaucus, a sea god. He loved her. She did not love him back. He, in desperation, went to Circe, begged her to make him irresistible. But Circe, you see, loved Glaucus. And Scylla, by simply existing, had ruined that love. So Circe did what goddesses so often do in myth. She punished the woman. She poisoned the spring where Scylla bathed. And the next time Scylla stepped into the water, she changed. Her body stretched, her legs twisted, dogs burst from her skin. She screamed, and kept screaming, until she found herself in the cliffs above the sea, no longer a girl, no longer anything at all. She wasn't evil. She just became. And she stayed. On the other side of the strait, the water boils. That is where Charybdis waits. You don't see her until it's too late. She doesn't have arms or teeth or eyes you can look into. She's just a shape in the sea, a whirlpool that opens 3 times a day and drinks the ocean. And if you're in the way, down you go. She was once a daughter of Poseidon, the stories say, loyal, proud. She helped her father drown coastlines and flood enemy lands. But Zeus, who had other ideas about balance and ownership, struck her with lightning. He chained her to the seafloor and cursed her with hunger. Now she swells and collapses, breathes in and spits out. Never full, never still. She is absence made visible. The kind of danger you only understand once you've been pulled in. So there you are, a sailor, a captain, a hero passing through. To your left, a towering cliff, still as death, with something sharp hidden in the shadows. To your right, water that pulls sideways, tugs at the keel, beckons with no promise of return. Pick one. you have to. Odysseus chose Scylla, because losing 6 is better than losing everyone. That's what he told himself. What Circe told him. What the gods would have him believe. It's a cruel math, but Greek mythology is full of that kind of arithmetic. The kind where survival always costs something. You see, Scylla and Charybdis weren't just monsters. They were choices. Bad ones. Scylla is the pain you expect. Swift, sharp, specific. You know it's coming. You brace for it. You live through it. Charybdis is the slow dread. The danger you try to avoid but feel pulling at your feet anyway. It comes quietly, like regret, like gravity. Scylla kills a few. Charybdis devours all. And together they represent something very old and very familiar. The truth that some journeys offer no safe path. That sometimes to keep going, something must be sacrificed. And yet, Odysseus passed through. Not untouched, not unscathed, but onward. That's the thing. Even in the face of ancient monsters, of losses and choices and waves that don't care if you pray, the Greeks believed you could keep moving. Even if it hurt. Even if the way was narrow. Even if you cried. You could still steer the ship. Later storytellers softened the edges. In some versions, Odysseus fights back, tries to stab Scylla as she grabs his men. But the gods laugh at that. You can't stab a choice. You can't strike a fate. You can only face it. Sail through, and remember. In art, Scylla is often drawn as a woman above, beautiful, serene, and chaos below. Dogs and serpents and limbs all braided into a single shape. A reflection of the sea itself. Calm on the surface, madness underneath. Charybdis is harder to paint. She's not a creature so much as a phenomenon. A gaping mouth, maybe. A swirling disc of foam. Sometimes just a hole in the sea. But everyone understood her. The sailors did, the poets did, and so do we. We use them still. Between Scylla and Charybdis, the phrase survives. A way to say I had no good options. A way to say I chose what hurt less. A way to say I'm still here. And that matters, because sometimes the victory is not in slaying the monster. It's in knowing which one to face. In knowing when to hold the tiller. And in not letting go. The ancient world was full of things the Greeks couldn't explain. Earthquakes, storms, currents, loss. But instead of surrendering to fear, they gave those things stories. Not to tame them, but to understand. They named their monsters. And in doing so, they named their fears. And their courage too. So tonight, as you lie in your bed, you are not at sea. You are not between rocks. There is no whirlpool at your feet, no jaws in the dark. You are safe, the strait is behind you. Scylla sleeps in her cave, curled around her sorrow. Charybdis turns slow and silent beneath a peaceful sea. And you? You are the sailor who passed through. Not unchanged, but still sailing. Let the wind go quiet. Let the water calm. The monsters, just this once, are still. Sleep now. And drift. You've already done the hardest part. It's quiet now. Let the hush of the evening wrap around you like a cool linen sheet, the kind worn by kings and commoners alike in the Mediterranean dusk. Imagine a torch flickering in some far-off corridor. Footsteps echo, marble beneath your feet, a door opening and closing behind you. And now you are in the dark, in the labyrinth. It does not matter how you got here, only that you have, and somewhere, at the centre of this winding puzzle of stone and shadow, waits the monster. Tonight we meet the Minotaur. Not just a beast in a maze, though that's how he's often remembered, but something far older, stranger, sadder, Let us begin at the beginning, which, as with most Greek myths, is not simple, not clean, and certainly not family-friendly. It starts with a king, a Cretan king named Minos. Minos wanted to rule not just men, but the sea itself. So he prayed to Poseidon, god of the oceans, asking for a sign to prove he was chosen. Poseidon obliged, sending up from the surf a magnificent white bull, powerful, radiant, divine. Minos was to sacrifice it as a show of loyalty. But Minos, being human, made the usual mistake. He got attached. The bull was too perfect, too beautiful. Surely the gods wouldn't mind if he kept it and substituted a lesser one for the altar. They minded. In particular, Poseidon minded. And as punishment, the god cast a strange desire into the heart of Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae. She was struck with a longing not for a man, not even for a god, but for the very bull her husband had refused to sacrifice. What followed was, depending on your level of poetic tolerance, either grotesque or tragically divine. The queen sought help from Daedalus, the great inventor, and Daedalus, as artists often do, obeyed the brief without judgment. He built her a wooden cow, hollow and lifelike, in which she could climb and, well, deceive the bull. And from that strange union came a child with the body of a man and the head of a bull, the Minotaur. He was unnamed at birth. The name we use, Minotaur, simply means bull of Minos, as if he were a possession, a problem to be solved. And in many ways, that's exactly what he became. The boy, if one can call him that, could not be raised among people. He grew quickly, grew strong, grew wild. Minos, horrified and shamed, again turned to Daedalus. And Daedalus built the labyrinth, a palace of corridors, a maze so complex that even the architect could barely escape it. A structure where left and right became meaningless, where forward became back, where one might walk forever and never see the same wall twice. In the centre, they placed the Minotaur, to live, or at least to exist. He was fed, he was feared, he became legend. Now, here's where Athens comes into it. At the time, Crete was a naval superpower, and Athens, still young and growing, had once rebelled, and lost. As part of the peace, Minos demanded tribute. Every 9 years, Athens would send 7 boys and 7 girls to Crete, and those youths would be placed in a labyrinth. With the Minotaur, no weapons, no guide, no escape. It wasn't execution, not formally, just a disappearance, a slow forgetting. They entered, they never returned, and so the Minotaur became more than a monster. He became the engine of fear, a reminder of defeat, a story told in Athens to keep young people obedient, a sacrifice to power and to shame. But then, of course, came a prince, Theseus, son of the king of Athens. Brash, clever, reckless. A walking definition of heroism, at least the Greek variety, which included equal parts nobility and ego. When the time came for the next tribute, Theseus volunteered to be among the youths. Not to die, but to kill, he sailed to Crete. And as the stories go, he caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of Minos and Pasiphae, half-sister to the Minotaur, if anyone was counting. Ariadne, moved by the handsome foreigner, or perhaps simply sick of the bloodshed, gave Theseus a tool. Not a sword, not a map. A thread. A spool of golden string to be tied at the entrance of the labyrinth. A guide back, if he could survive. Theseus entered. He walked the winding paths, let the walls close in, let the silence deepen. And finally, he found the creature. Imagine that moment. The hero face to face with the beast, And the beast? Not roaring, not charging, just staring. Because here's the part the stories often skip over. The Minotaur didn't ask to be there, didn't ask to be born, didn't choose the labyrinth. He was made, then caged, then fed strangers in the dark. Was he savage? Yes. Was he a monster? Perhaps, but also perhaps not. Theseus fought him, killed him, left his body in the dark, and then, following the thread, escaped. Victory. The end. But as with all Greek myths, the ending leaves questions. Who was the Minotaur, really? Some say he was simply a cautionary tale, a symbol of unnatural union, of pride punished by the gods. Others see him as something deeper, the unwanted child, the castaway, the embodiment of shame buried at the heart of power. In historical terms, there may have been something more. Archaeologists studying the ruins of Knossos, the grand palace of ancient Crete, have found vast, complex layouts, rooms upon rooms, corridors with no straight line. Some believe this was the labyrinth, not a trap, but a court. Not a prison, but a palace so complex that visitors felt lost. The bull too mattered in Minoan culture. Bull leaping was a sacred sport. The animal was revered, not feared. Its horns appear in art, on altars, in frescoes. So perhaps the story of the Minotaur is a Greek reinterpretation, or misinterpretation, of a foreign custom. The Athenians, after all, loved a good narrative, especially one where they, the clever city of democracy and reason, triumphed over the strange islanders with their bulls and their rituals. It is history retold by victors, dressed in myth. But whatever the truth, the story has endured. The image remains. A beast in a maze. And the maze? Oh, the maze is the most important part. Because it's not just a building. It's a metaphor. The labyrinth is the mind. The past. The trap of guilt. The structure we build to contain what we don't want to face. And the Minotaur? He's what we've placed at the centre. A fear, a memory, a mistake, something we would rather forget, and so we wall it in. But it never goes away. It waits. Walk far enough into yourself, and you'll find it. And then, if you're very lucky, or very brave, or very foolish, you'll find the thread, and come out again. Theseus did. He left the labyrinth, but not without cost. He abandoned Ariadne on an island. Reasons vary. Some say he was ungrateful. Others say Dionysus claimed her. But the result was the same, betrayal. He returned home. Forgot to change the sails from black to white, as he'd promised. His father, watching the ship from the cliffs of Athens, saw the dark sails and believed his son dead. In grief, he threw himself into the sea. And so the Aegean was named. Even victory in Greek myth comes with mourning. The Minotaur is dead, the labyrinth is empty. But somehow the story still echoes. We still build mazes. We still lock things away. And deep inside, the part of us that once heard the story as a child, that part still walks the halls, wondering what waits around the corner. So let's leave the torchlight behind. Let the corridors fall silent. The thread has been followed. The monster has been faced. You are no longer in the dark. You are no longer in the maze. You are back here, where it is warm and still, where the Minotaur cannot find you, where the walls are no longer closing in, where sleep is waiting, gentle and slow. And whatever monster you face, it is not tonight. Let the labyrinth vanish. Let the hooves fall silent and rest. You've already walked far enough. It is night again, the kind of night where the wind hushes the trees into stillness, and the moon casts pale silver through the window like a watchful eye. You are still, and all is quiet. But long ago, in the world of myth, the wind was not always so gentle. There were times when it came shrieking across the sea, tearing sails from masts, snatching food from tables, stealing men from the decks of ships, and sometimes from the very skies. And if you were ancient Greek, and you heard that wind howling through the cliffs, you didn't just call it a storm. You might have whispered harpies. Or, if your conscience was not clean, if you'd wronged the gods or shed innocent blood, you might fear something worse, the Furies. Tonight, we drift into their stories, into winged warnings and shrieking skies, into judgment that flies, and punishment that never sleeps. We begin with the Harpies. Their name comes from the Greek harpazo, meaning to snatch, which is exactly what they do: snatch, take, steal. They were not always evil, not precisely. In the earliest myths, they were storm spirits, daughters of the sea god Thaumas and the oceanid Electra. Their names were Aelo, Ocypete, and sometimes Kaleno. Lovely names, really. Storm, Swift Flyer, and the Dark One. At first they were merely elemental, fierce winds given form. They raced through the air, screeching across the sea like a bad omen. Sometimes they helped carry souls. Sometimes they stole objects from the hands of mortals. They were fast, unpredictable, and always hungry. But over time, as stories grew darker, the Harpies became less abstract and more terrifying, less weather and more wrath. They were imagined as women with the bodies of great birds, vast wingspans, talons sharper than knives, and faces that once might have been beautiful, but had long since been twisted by rage and divine duty. Their scent was said to be foul, rot and smoke and salt. Their voices screeched like rusted hinges. Their feathers were streaked with filth, tangled with the remnants of whatever they had taken last. The Harpies didn't hunt because they needed to eat. They hunted because someone had to. Because the gods, in their infinite wisdom, sometimes needed messengers who could make mortals miserable and fast. One of the most well-known tales involving them is the tragedy of King Phineus of Thrace. Phineus had a gift, the power of prophecy, but he made the mistake of revealing too much truth. He spoke freely of the gods' secrets, lifting the veil between divine will and human consequence. And for this he was punished, not with blindness, not with death, but with hunger. Each day a feast would be laid before him, meats roasted to perfection, fruits ripe and bursting, bread still warm. But as soon as he reached for a morsel, they came, the Harpies. They descended in a fury of wings and claws, screaming and cackling. They would snatch the food away or foul it with filth so vile that even touching it was impossible. Phineus starved day after day, surrounded by an abundance he could not touch. He aged, grew gaunt, and wept, not from hunger alone, but from the cruelty of being so near to relief, and yet forever denied. Eventually help arrived, in the form of the Argonauts, those bold sailors on their quest for the Golden Fleece. Among them were Zetes and Calais, the Boreads, sons of the North Wind. They had wings of their own, feathered limbs that shimmered with speed. When the Harpies next came for Phineus's feast, Zetes and Calais gave chase. The sky filled with feathers, steel, and shrieks. The Harpies fled westward, beaten and breathless, until the goddess Iris, messenger of the gods, appeared. She struck a bargain, the Harpies would leave Phineus in peace, and in return their lives would be spared. They vanished into the farthest reaches of the world. Some said they made their home near the Elysian wind, far from man, but never truly gone. They lingered in myth, always hungry, always watching. Some said they stole children. Others believed they carried away the souls of the guilty. Others still believed that they were divine instruments of pestilence, bringers of plague. And perhaps they were all these things, in one form or another. Because the Harpies don't just represent theft, they represent torment. Unrelenting, unjust torment. That shadow of cruelty that sometimes hangs over those who are already suffering. They take what cannot be taken again. But the Furies are not thieves. They are not mischief makers or shrieking winds. They are judges. They are punishment given wings, older than gods, born of blood. Their origin is a tale soaked in myth, and myth alone. When Uranus, the sky god, was overthrown by his son Cronus, his blood fell to the earth. And from that earth, Gaia, mother of all, rose the Erinyes, the Furies, Alecto, Megaera, Tisiphone. They were not created, they emerged. Primeval forces, not evil, not good, but necessary. Alecto punished moral crimes. Megaera, jealousy and vengeance. Tisiphone, murder, especially within families. They did not come uninvited, but once summoned, they never stopped. The Furies are always female, but not in the gentle way mortals often imagined femininity. They are motherhood without mercy, memory without forgiveness, the part of justice that does not weep, but endures. Their hair was coiled with serpents. Their breath burned. They carried torches, scourges, and poisonous snakes. Sometimes their robes bled. Sometimes their very footsteps caused madness. Their presence brought guilt alive. Their pursuit made the mind their hunting ground. They didn't just punish you. They made you punish yourself. No crime summoned them faster than kinslaying, particularly the murder of a parent by a child. And so we return to Orestes, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. Agamemnon, who sailed to Troy, who sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to win the winds, who returned years later only to be murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. And Orestes? He was told that justice demanded he avenge his father, and he did. He killed his mother. And the moment her blood hit the floor, the Furies rose. They came screaming from the cracks in the earth, not with swords, but with questions. They asked not whether Orestes was brave, but whether he was right. He fled to Delphi, to Apollo, to Athens, but they followed, into temples, into dreams, into madness. The first trial in history was held to decide his fate, not by mortals, but by gods. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, choosing mercy. Orestes was freed, but the Furies were not banished. Athena offered them a new role, not as tormentors, but as guardians of justice. She gave them a home beneath Athens, in the sacred grove of the Areopagus. There they would reside, watching over oaths, hearing the cries of the wronged. And they accepted. They became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It was not a euphemism. It was transformation. Because even vengeance can grow tired of blood. Even fury can find peace. They still appeared, of course, in stories, in dreams, in guilt that wouldn't fade, but they had become part of justice, not its enemy. In this, the Greeks showed a profound truth, that justice is not only about punishment, it is about memory. The Furies remember. They remember what the world tries to forget, the girl silenced, the child abandoned, the murder unpunished, the lie that became law. And they wait, because time, for them, does not move as it does for mortals. They do not age, they do not sleep, they watch. And when the world turns too far from balance, they rise. In art they are sometimes softened, made into older women, stern but wise. But in the oldest depictions, they are fire in the shape of women. They are nightmares made noble, and they never blink. Harpies are hunger. Furies are conscience. Harpies are storm. Furies are structure. Both fly, both frighten. But the harpies take what is yours. The furies make you face what you've done. And that is perhaps more terrifying. Because monsters, as we often say, are not always outside the house. Sometimes they are inside. Sometimes they wear your name. Sometimes they sound like your own thoughts. But the furies don't arrive to harm. They arrive to remind, to weigh, to make sure you know, deep down, quietly, just before sleep, that justice is not blind. It only waits. But tonight, there is no cause for fear. The harpies have flown far from your windows. The furies are not coming, unless you've summoned them. And you haven't. You are still. You are safe. You are drifting. And they are only stories, old and winged and watching, but not for you. Not tonight. Let the feathers settle. Let the torches dim. Let sleep take you softly. The kindly ones are at rest. And so are you. The night is quiet now. The kind of quiet that lives in the space between thoughts. The kind that feels like a question waiting to be asked. And that's fitting. Because tonight we meet the monster who waits with questions. Not with claws, not with fire, but with a riddle and a smile, a stillness, a choice. This is the story of the Sphinx. Not the Egyptian one, that grand, silent guardian of sand and sun. Number the Greek Sphinx is something else entirely. Not a monument, but a challenge. Part lion, part woman, part bird, and all mystery. She sits outside the city of Thebes, on a rock just high enough to see the road, just low enough to be seen. Her wings are tucked in, her gaze unblinking. She does not chase. She does not move. She waits. And when someone passes, she speaks. One question, answer correctly, and she lets you go. Answer wrong, she devours you. But let's begin not with her end, but her origin, which, like many things in Greek mythology, is half divine, half uncertain. The Sphinx was said to be the daughter of two monstrous parents, Orpheus, the two-headed hound, and the Chimera, herself a creature stitched from lion, goat and serpent. Others say she was born of Echidna and Typhon, the same pair who spawned so many of the terrors we've met on this journey. But while her siblings raged and clawed and burned, the Sphinx was given a quieter weapon, intellect. She was sent, some say by the gods, others say by fate, to punish the city of Thebes. Hera may have sent her, angry over an old insult, or Hades, in need of balance, or perhaps it was simply the gods being gods, petty, patient, and fond of difficult lessons. Either way, the Sphinx appeared. She took her place outside the gates of Thebes, and there she stayed. She didn't destroy the city. She didn't demand a tribute. She didn't scream or threaten. She asked a riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? No hints, no elaboration. Those who tried to pass her without answering, or who answered poorly, were caught in her claws and torn apart. Not out of malice, simply because that was the price of failure. Thebes was paralysed. Trade slowed. Travellers vanished. The field went untilled. The people cowered behind their walls, their future held hostage by a single sentence. Not a dragon, not a war, a question. And that's what made the Sphinx terrifying. She didn't punish through brute force. She punished through uncertainty. Her victims were not the weak. They were the unprepared. To face her was to gamble with your understanding of the world, to risk not just your life, but your certainty. And so, the question remained, waiting. Until one day, a man arrived. Oedipus. His name echoes through time, known now for the strange tragedy of his fate. But on this day, he was still only a traveller, weary, clever, and already marked by prophecy. He had left his home in Corinth behind, believing he could outrun a curse, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. And in trying to escape that fate, he walked straight into it. But not yet, for now he was just a man on the road to Thebes. And on that road he met her, the Sphinx. Her eyes fixed on him. He did not flinch. She asked her riddle, and he answered. Man, in childhood he crawls on 4 legs. In adulthood he walks upright on 2. And in old age he walks with a cane, as with 3. The answer was simple. Obvious, perhaps. Once you heard it. But no one else had. No one else had looked at the riddle and seen not a trick, but a truth. That life itself is a riddle. That time shapes us. That we change, not just in form, but in need. Oedipus understood the riddle not as a puzzle, but as a pattern. And with that answer, the Sphinx was undone. She didn't curse. She didn't cry. She simply leapt from her rock and fell. Her body dashed against the cliffs, her wings snapping, her silence sealed. Why? Some say she was bound by magic, that once her riddle was answered, her purpose was spent. Others say she died of shame, unable to bear defeat. But perhaps she chose to go, because a riddle, once solved, is no longer sacred. A mystery, once unravelled, cannot remain a monster. And she was never really a beast. She was a question. And now she was done. Thebes rejoiced. Oedipus was hailed as a hero, married the queen, and became king. But you know, or perhaps remember, that this was not a happy ending. Because the man he killed at the crossroads, his father, and the queen he married, his mother. The riddle he solved was only the first. The harder one, the one about who he truly was, would take much longer to answer, and cost him everything. But that is another story. Let's linger here just for now, with the Sphinx. Because she's more than a monster. She is the moment before understanding. She is the stillness before speech. She is the test that cannot be passed by strength, only by reflection. The Sphinx is what waits when you stop running, when you're alone, when a question rises inside you that no one else can answer. She is not an enemy. She is a gate, and every one of us must pass her. Sometimes once, sometimes again and again. In art she appears regal and restrained, lioness body curved in repose, wings arched like thoughts on the verge of flight. Her eyes distant, not cruel, not even curious, just waiting. In the most famous depiction, a verse from the 5th century BCE, she sits on a pillar. Oedipus stands below thinking. That's all. No drama, no violence. Just a question, and a man trying to find the shape of its answer. The Greeks didn't draw her with fire or gore. They didn't need to. Because the Sphinx is terrifying not for what she does, but for what she requires. She requires you to know yourself. And there's no weapon for that, only thought. Even now she waits in our stories, in classrooms, in crossroads, in quiet moments before dawn. She lives wherever a question is asked that might change you. And she doesn't threaten, she challenges. There is something oddly comforting in that. All the monsters we've met so far, they lash, they howl, they hunger. The Sphinx? She only asks. And sometimes what she offers, that moment of understanding, is worth the risk. Because knowledge, like all sacred things, must be earned. And what we learn in silence often stays with us longer than what we learn in fire. So if you ever find yourself standing before her, not in a myth, but in a moment, don't panic. Breathe. Think. The answer may not come right away. It may feel impossible, but it is there, and she will wait. Not kindly, perhaps, but patiently, because that is what the Sphinx does. She waits for us to grow into our answers. And now she is gone. Her cliff is empty, her wings folded for good. And you, dear listener, have passed. You have walked the road, faced the riddle, spoken the words, and now you may rest. Close your eyes. The question has been asked, the answer given. The monster has stepped aside, and the gates have opened